Hey everyone, just a reminder to subscribe. I'm not putting my experience on the airline company at all. It just so happened that my first ghost sighting happened on a flight over the Pacific from Honolulu back to Arizona in 2023. I couldn't tell you if it was a real Casper that I'd spoken to or some sort of time slip anomaly that briefly affected one specific person on the other side of wherever they came from. I'm not sure, but I'm also not alone in this either. There were, I think, 5 actual passengers and at least one airline attendant who saw the same thing. It was a red-eye flight, and because the flight was so empty, they had all of us hang out in first class. Whoever was in charge ruled it would be easier to service us if we weren't spread out throughout the plane. Nobody complained about that. We all appreciated the bigger seats and legroom because we'd all planned on getting some shut-eye before we touched down in Tucson. The plane departed with ease, and we'd reached the altitude where the planes level out and the red seatbelt lights come off. Besides a few whispers from the passengers who'd come together, the rest of the cabin was relatively quiet. Then, we all started hearing a man's voice saying, "Hello? Hello?" Each sounding more panicked than the last. It sounded like it was coming from behind us in the empty business class area. A few of the passengers exchanged eye contact like, "That's not our problem, right?" We all hear this loud boom of what I thought could have been silverware, dishes, cups, like a snack cart being tipped over. That got the attention of the flight attendant at the front. She stood up, with a puzzled gaze looking behind us, staring at the thin veil separating first class from business class. Not trying to be nosy, I didn't turn around in my seat. I watched the flight attendant's expression change from curiosity to trepidation when we heard someone running toward the first class from behind. When you think about it, people don't really run on planes. The thud of the motion shook the floor. The closer they got, the higher our flight attendant's eyebrows got. Though I was sitting up front, the seat I chose was closer to the back, closest among the passengers, to the curtain divider. And when I saw the only person on the plane that should know what was going on, clearly not know what was charging us, I noticed. I thought it was best that I do get a bit nosy and turn around on the off chance that it was something crazy, and I could provide myself a fraction of a second to, well, I actually didn't know. Not many places you can go when you're condensed in a tube flying 30,000 miles in the sky. I'll admit that my heart skipped a beat or two when the floral curtain was suddenly pushed to the side, revealing a large man with black-rimmed glasses and black hair. It looked like he worked for the airline. He was sweating, clearly in crisis as he swiveled his head back and forth at us. He screamed, "What's happening right now?" Being nearest to his inquiry, I responded with, "What do you mean?" The man looks directly at me and says, "The sun went out, and everybody's gone." He dives into the seat behind me and says, "Look, outside. Where'd the sun go?" He gets back to his feet, standing in the aisle again, and says, "Everybody just disappeared." The flight attendant approaches the man, asking him to sit and calm down, but the sight of her seemed to escalate him even more. He looked at her like she was contagious. He started sucking in air really fast and asked, "Who the hell are you?" The woman slowly raises her hand in an unconscious defensive posture, and the man began to pedal backward toward the curtain. He tried to ask her again who she was, but mid-sentence, he grabs his chest, and the last few words come out like a growl as I watch his legs wobble, and he stumbles backwards, falling through the curtain, tearing it off the metal bar and draping it on himself as he went down. The passengers, myself included, remained seated and watched the horrified flight attendant chase after the large man. She picks up the curtain, and some of the metal connection rings, they fall to the floor. And what she says next is probably the most unsettling thing exclaimed on that plane ride. And she didn't even necessarily say it to any of us. After she lifted up the curtain, she almost immediately drops it again and claims, "That's not possible." Then she takes a couple more hesitation shuffles into business class saying, "Sir? Hello?" After no reply was heard, she did a slow jog back toward the cockpit where she opened and shut the door behind her. A few minutes later, the seatbelt lights came back on and one of the co-pilots joined the attendant. Both of them searched the flight with no success. After a while, the pilot came back into the cockpit. The flight attendant found her seat again, and the seatbelt light once again faded to black. Everyone exchanged glances, but we all had the same bewildered facial expressions. There were still hours left in the sky, and we spent them in silence. I stuck around a little bit after we got off the plane to see if any medics climbed on board. But soon, even the pilots exited, and everyone went in separate directions, back to their normal lives. I was excited to do that too, grateful to be home, but I couldn't get the large man's disturbance out of my mind. I waited a few days before going online and searching for any information that I could have possibly found. There was no news on the flight that I was on, but in my research, I did accidentally stumble upon something that answered my question, while opening up a whole other can of worms, of course, because I'd find a picture of the large man. Without any doubt, the picture I found was the man that I saw, but the article was from 2019. A flight attendant named Emil Griffith suffered a fatal heart attack mid-flight while flying over the Pacific from Honolulu to New York. The crew performed CPR for hours before the plane had an emergency diversion in San Francisco, where he was pronounced deceased. The article didn't mention anything anomalous that occurred leading up to the tragic heart attack, but I've always wondered if the other handful of passengers on that flight with me did their own research and found this guy's picture. He had a warm smile that was understandably absent when we met. I've even considered reaching out to his family and then thought to myself how insane that phone call would sound with no real substance. So, I'm sharing it here. I'm only sending this in because my granddaughter listens to your show and she's been after me for 2 years to write it down, so here it is, Destiny. You happy now? I'm 63 years old, and I've lived in this city my entire life. I've seen things that would make most people's hair go white, and I don't mean that in the paranormal sense. I mean that in the Chicago sense. I'm not a fanciful person. I don't watch horror movies. I don't visit haunted houses on Halloween, and I never once in my life considered calling a psychic. I want that to be on record before I tell you what happened at the Wash and Dry in Kenzie at 2 a.m. on a Tuesday. In November, I'm pretty sure. I work early, always have. 40 years of getting up before the sun has a way of rearranging your entire relationship with time, which means I do things at hours that make other people uncomfortable, including my laundry. I like the laundromat at night. Nobody there. No kids running between the machines. No one taking your stuff out of the dryer before it's done. Just the hum of the cycles, the fluorescent lights, and me with a book I'm probably too tired to actually read. That particular Tuesday, I was the only one there. I'd loaded 2 machines, started them going, sat down in a plastic chair closest to the door out of habit. I always sit closest to the door. This is just sense. And I opened my book. Then I seen something. It was this detergent. A box of powdered detergent that was on top of a machine across from mine. Nobody's, as far as I could tell. Just left there, the way people leave things. Well, it moved. It didn't fall or vibrate loose from a machine cycle. It moved. Deliberately. About 6 inches to the left. Smooth and steady like someone slid it. I looked at it for a moment. I looked around the laundromat. Empty. I looked back at the detergent. I'm not too proud to admit that I changed seats. I moved to the chair on the other side of my machine, closer to the folding table, further down from whatever that was. I told myself the machine vibrations had done something unusual across the floor. I opened my book again. 10 minutes later, one of the plastic chairs on the far wall, and I'm talking the far wall, nowhere near the running machine. It dragged itself back from the folding table. The way a chair drags when someone pulls it out to sit down. Oh, and I tell you, that scrape of plastic on linoleum in an empty room, I didn't move this time. I want to be clear that this wasn't bravery. This was the specific paralysis of a person whose brain has just run out of explanations, not arrived on what to do next. I stared at the chair for probably too long. And then she sat in it. A woman, my age or older, heavy-set, wearing a house dress and slippers, like she'd come down from an apartment upstairs, which made no sense because there were no apartments above the laundromat. It was a single-story building with a tax office on one side and a closed alteration shop on the other. She was solid enough that I blinked twice to make sure I wasn't seeing a reflection. She had a laundry basket in her lap that I didn't see anyone carry in. She was looking at her machine, the way you look at your machines when you're just waiting. That specific blank patience of a person who has done this 1,000 times and is content to do it 1,000 more. Then she turned and looked at me, not startled or surprised. It was neighborly, almost, a little tired. I said hello. I don't know why, it just came out before I thought it. She nodded and turned back to her machines. My dryer buzzed. I stood up slowly. I moved in a way that I was trying not to disturb something. I pulled my clothes out, folded them right there instead of taking them to the table. I put them in my bag, and I left without looking back at that far wall. I sat in my car in the parking lot for a few minutes before I drove home. I'd been back to that laundromat exactly once since then, during the day, with my granddaughter Destiny, who made me take her because of the story. Nothing happened. The chair was pushed in against the folding table. The place smelled like detergent and dryer sheets. Perfectly ordinary afternoon. I don't know who she was, but I know she disappeared. I don't know why she was there, how long she's been doing her laundry in that particular plastic chair, or whether she's still there on certain Tuesday nights, waiting around. What I do know is that she nodded at me like we were neighbors, like she'd seen me before. Maybe she had, and this was just the first time I'd seen her. I was 22. I'm 31 now, but I still think about Memphis Greyhound Terminal more than I think about a lot of things that actually mattered that year. I was traveling alone, which I'd done before and I've done since, which requires a specific kind of management that women who travel alone will understand without me explaining it. You're not paranoid, you're just paying attention. You know where the exits are, you know who's been watching you for too long. You know which seats put your back to a wall. It becomes automatic. You stop noticing that you're doing it. That night I noticed everything, and I still missed it until I couldn't anymore. The terminal was maybe a third full, It was past midnight. My bus had been delayed 2 hours, which at a Greyhound terminal means you're just there, in the fluorescent light, in the plastic seat, in the particular suspended animation of a place designed for passing through that you're now stuck inside of. There was a family with a toddler who'd been crying and not giving up. They'd gone glassy. A man in a work jacket asleep across 3 seats. A few other solo travelers doing what solo travelers do, which is look at their phones and radiate mild misery. I was in the row closest to the gate, bag between my feet, hood up, doing everything right. Then a woman sat down next to me around 12:30. Middle-aged, neat, a rolling carry-on that she tucked carefully under her seat. She smelled like department store perfume. It reminded me of my grandma, where she'd been wearing the perfume long enough that it had gone soft. She asked me if I knew whether the Birmingham bus was running on time. I said I didn't know, but the board hadn't updated in a while. She said that was always how it was, wasn't it? And I agreed that it was. She settled back in her seat. Normal. Completely, entirely normal. I'd already filed her away. I was looking at my phone when I noticed the windows. The terminal had a row of tall windows along the far wall, dark at that hour, the kind that become mirrors at night. I could see most of the terminal reflected in them. The family, the sleeping man, the other solo travelers. The seat next to me was empty in the window. I looked at it for a moment, kind of how I look at anything that doesn't make sense, waiting for my brain to correct it. The reflection showed my row clearly, my bag between my feet, my hood, the seat beside me with no one in it, and the carry-on that should have been underneath, nowhere to be seen. I turned to look at her directly. She was gone. The seat was empty. The floor where her carry-on had been was empty. The terminal was exactly how it had been before she'd sat down. No trace of rearrangement. No one moving away. No door swinging shut. I sat very still for a moment. Then I picked up my bag and I moved to a seat that was in the center of the terminal, in the fluorescent light, with the family and the sleeping man and the other solo travelers who were all exactly where the window said they were. My bus came at 1:47. I got on it without looking back at the row of windows. I thought about it for 9 years, not constantly or obsessively, just how you think of certain things, that they surface sometimes when you're in a public place at night alone, running your usual calculations. Sometimes I'll be in an airport or a waiting room, and the windows will go dark, and I'll find myself not looking directly at my own reflection, just in case something next to me isn't there or something like that. I don't know. I've never been able to explain that woman. I've told this story maybe 3 times in my life. My wife knows it, my buddy Carlos knows it, and now whoever's listening to this knows it. Which is more people than I intended, but here we are. I was 15. This was outside of Kansas City, a suburban stretch where everything is flat and the bus stops are just a pole and a sign on the side of a 4-lane road with nothing around except a gas station too far away to matter. No shelter, no bench, just you and the pole and whatever the weather was doing. It was late September, maybe 5:30. It was that hour when the light goes sideways and everything casts a shadow twice its size. I'd stayed late after school for something that I can't really remember now, and I was waiting for the 34 bus, which ran every 40 minutes, which at 15 feels like a personal insult. I was the only one at the bus stop. There was a woman standing on the other side of the road. Not at a bus stop. There was no stop over there. Just the shoulder and a drainage ditch and a chain link fence behind it. She was just standing, facing my direction. She was slightly older. I thought, though, I couldn't have told you exactly how old. Something about the way she stood. Very still and straight. Like stillness was a thing that she'd had a lot of practice with. She was wearing a dark dress or coat, something long. And she was just there, the way a telephone pole is there. Like she'd always been there, and that she'd be there after I left. I started to feel strange looking at her. She looked at me. I broke myself out of a sort of trance and got my Walkman out. Looked down at it for maybe 10 seconds trying to untangle the headphone cord. When I looked up, she was gone. Not walking away. Not getting into a car that didn't exist. Just gone. The shoulder of the road was empty all the way down to the intersection, flat and straight and completely visible for a quarter mile in both directions. Nowhere to go. No door to walk through. The chain link fence behind where she'd been standing was solid and unbroken and had nothing on the other side of it, just an empty lot and open sky. The 34 bus came 11 minutes later. I remember because I counted. Longest 11 minutes of my life. And I've had some long minutes since then. I've driven past that stretch of road maybe 100 times since I was 15. It looks like nothing still. A 4-lane road, a gas station, a chain link fence. It's a place you definitely drive through without registering it at all. But I register it every single time. I always think back to how she was looking at me the same way I was looking at her. Like I was the strange one. When I was 14, my dad and I didn't have the best communication skills towards one another. Later in life, through many relationships, I'd come to figure out that fighting and communicating can be separate. It was actually a Carl Jung book that got me exploring the shadow self and all that business. But back before I had this self-exploration journey, I fought. I blamed, made excuses for my behavior, just like how my daddy taught me. I worked with the tools I was shown from birth, and I'm proud of how much I've evolved with my tool usage. I don't know why I feel like I gotta preface this story, but here we go. So again, I'm 14 and my dad was his early 40s, but emotionally closer to my age. My mom left when I was 12. One day, she finally got fed up with his bullshit enough to leave. She was lucky she had a car to escape. I, on the other hand, didn't even have a bike, and I was too young to get a driver's permit. So the night that my dad got mad and flicked a cigarette at me, I packed a backpack with the clothes I had lying around, a notebook, and a loaf of bread. The cigarette burnt my cheek when it hit me, and the sparks from the cherry dusted across my eyelashes. This was the first time he'd ever physically hurt me, and I was in shock as I gathered my things. There was no plan after I slammed the door, walking out. I think there was part of me that was desperately hoping that he'd try to stop me, but he didn't because in his mind he was valid. I'm sure these were lessons my grandpa taught him when he was a young'un. Then the behavior calcifies into the adult's character, their nature, and their cross to bear. He wasn't capable of saving me because nobody saved him. I understand and understood back then what I was dealing with. It was just a harder pill to swallow. Hope was a placebo. We lived in a decently large apartment complex, and with nowhere else to go, I basically got as far away from my residence as I could. Then I wandered the grounds of the property, up and down the hallways, anything to pass the time. My goal was to wait at least a few hours before I went back home. Then, hopefully, he'd be asleep and I could make it to my room without an altercation. I wasn't going to leave the complex. I guess I was still a little bit more afraid of getting kidnapped and murdered over my dad's absurdity when having to pick between the two. I know it was some ungodly hour in the morning because the whole complex was so quiet. I did my best to walk light through the hallways and stairwells because my footsteps were the only things making noise out there at that time. The apartment buildings were labeled alphabetically. We had buildings A through G. I lived in apartment E302, so I was in the E building, third floor, second door. Okay, the hallways I was wandering was all the way over in B. I was on the ground level, but the ground level is actually beneath street level. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's not that important other than to say these apartments were a little more tucked away, a little more isolated and shaded from the courtyard spotlight. Down there, I think it was apartment B108. Walking past, I noticed the front door sitting wide open into a blacker dark than the hallway I was standing in. I couldn't tell if the apartment was vacant or occupied. It was as if I was literally looking into a void. None of the windows inside let in any light. Then, as I'm standing there, staring, the door slowly and steadily moves from open to closed. It seals shut and I hear the latch click on the doorknob. Almost immediately after, the sound of thundering footsteps come barreling down the concrete steps towards me. Paralyzed in fear, I can only wince as the disembodied footsteps blow past me, and I feel the wind as it goes by me. A scentless force that was strong enough to tussle the hair on my shoulder. The footsteps continued down the hallway and the stomps faded back into silence. Where I was standing already provided little light for safety, but in order to leave, I was going to have to exit through the stairwell that had zero lighting. If I were to describe the feeling I had like butterflies in my tummy, the butterflies I had were also on fire. I was squirming in pure, unadulterated anxiety as I prepared myself to run. I mentally started the countdown in my head, beginning at 30. But when I reached the low 20s, I heard the footsteps again at the end of the hallway. That's when I just ran. The footsteps behind me ran too, chased me up the stairs, closing the distance until I got out of the stairwell and back into the light of the courtyard. Truly, after that, I know I went straight home. I don't remember if my dad was awake. I know we didn't keep fighting, so if he was, I walked right past him to my bedroom. I never felt comfortable to confide in him about what had happened that night. I also knew that whatever his advice would have been no substance to me. That being said, I'm happy with who I am. I'd be somebody different if my dad was somebody different. Struggle is the only way to grow a spine. I found the apartment November of 2001. I wasn't looking for Riverside Drive specifically, though I know a lot about it now. I wasn't really looking for anything specifically. I just needed to not be in my old place anymore. The one on the Lower East Side that Claudia and I had spent 3 years in, turning into something that felt like ours, even though only my name was on the lease. After September, I'd go home and stand in the kitchen. I'd feel her everywhere and nowhere at the same time. And eventually I understood that I had to leave or I was going to lose my mind in that kitchen. So I left. People who didn't lose someone that fall sometimes ask what it was like to be in New York in those months afterward, and I never know how to answer them. The city was soft in a way that it had never been before, and it hasn't been since. Strangers made eye contact on the subway. People were gentle with each other, in the particular way of people who have all just learned something at the same time. I needed to be somewhere that understood grief without requiring an explanation of it. And New York in late 2001 was exactly that place. Everyone was already fluent. Claudia wasn't my sister, my wife, or my girlfriend. She was the person I called first for everything. The person who knew every version of me. The person that I'd fully expected to know for the rest of my life. There isn't a word for what she was. I've stopped looking for one. The Riverside Drive apartment was the third one that I looked at, and I took it the same day. High ceilings, good light, Kind of old Manhattan bones that make you feel held rather than just housed. The building had been there since the late 1800s, and you could feel that in the walls. The particular solidity of something that has survived more than you have and intends to survive more still. I found that comforting in a way that I couldn't fully figure out. I needed to be somewhere that had already been through things. I noticed a whole new feeling within the first week. Not in the whole apartment, in the bedroom specifically, and in a particular corner of the living room, near the window that faced the street. A heaviness that wasn't grief exactly, or wasn't only grief, though it rhymed with grief closely enough that at first I assumed it was mine. I was carrying so much of it that it seemed plausible that it had started pooling in certain rooms. I'd stand in the bedroom doorway sometimes and feel it like a weather system. Dense and specific and old in a way that my own grief, still raw and new, wasn't. I told myself that it was the apartment's age, the accumulated weight of everyone who had lived there before me. It seemed reasonable. It seemed like the kind of thing that you could think and just file away, but it didn't file away. In fact, it grew more specific over the weeks. The heaviness in the bedroom had a quality that I kept trying to name and failing to. Not sadness, exactly. Not the clean, open wound of loss that I was living with. Something more closed. Something turned inward. If grief is the feeling of missing someone else, what I felt in that bedroom was something closer to the feeling of not being able to forgive yourself. Shame that had been sitting in the walls long enough to become architectural. I started sleeping with this small light on in December. Not because I was frightened, but because the dark in that bedroom, it had a density that pressed down in a way that I couldn't rest inside. I needed some form of light. She appeared on a Wednesday in January. I was sitting at the edge of the bed, unable to sleep, which was most nights. And I looked up, and she was standing near the window. A woman, solid enough for one disoriented second. I thought somehow someone had gotten in, before I understood what I was actually seeing. She was dressed in a way that wasn't quite right for 2002. Something formal and dark. She was looking at me with an expression I recognized immediately, because I'd been wearing a version of it for months. Not haunted in the ghost story sense. Haunted in the human sense. The face of someone who's done something they cannot undo and have not found a way to live with it. We looked at each other for a long time, long enough that I understood it was mutual. She was seeing me as clearly as I was seeing her. And then she was gone. And I sat in the empty bedroom for a long time, with my heart going, and the city quiet outside. The feeling that the walls were denser than they'd ever been. I'd just seen a ghost. There's no way I could explain it any other way. So I started looking into the building's history the next morning. It took a little bit of time. This was 2002, before everything was digitized and accessible. I spent several weekends at the library going through old directories and newspaper archives. What I found came in pieces. A family named Brady, who'd lived in the building around 1910, a husband named Henry, a maid named Lizzie, a man named Maggio, who worked nearby, a small newspaper item, 3 paragraphs, about a young woman who had worked in the building and been accused of stealing and jumped from a window, and Anne Brady, who, by the account of the records, had not been a simple woman, who had a husband who strayed and a household to maintain, and a pride that had apparently curdled into something darker under enough pressure, who, by what I could piece together, had been the one to set in motion what happened to Lizzie. The accusation, the shame, the window. Anne Brady's been in that apartment for over 90 years, and she's still there, carrying it. At least she was in 2002. Whatever she did, whatever combination of jealousy and wounded pride and cruelty drove her to destroy a young woman's life, she has not been able to put it down. The building holds her the way that it holds foundations, completely, without negotiation. And that's who I believe I saw. Anne Brady. Those eyes. I think she appeared to me because I was available in a way that maybe most people aren't. 4 months out from the worst thing that had ever happened to me, living alone in a city that was itself in mourning. I had no defenses left. Whatever wall most people have between themselves and what lives in old buildings, I didn't have it anymore. She saw that, I think. She came to the window and looked at me, and I looked back, and we understood each other in the way that people who are drowning in different kinds of grief sometimes do. I stayed in that apartment for 2 years. I thought about Anne most nights. Not out of fear exactly, more sympathy. Something more complicated, actually. It wasn't really either of those things. The understanding that guilt, left unresolved for so long, really does become its own kind of haunting. Some things don't release you just because time passes. That a building on Riverside Drive has been holding a woman's unfinished reckoning for a century, and will probably hold it for a century more, is amazing. I hope Lizzie got out, though. I hope wherever she is, she's been freed from it for a long time, because I'm not sure that Anne ever will be. I've lived in this building for 3 years, so starting with that because I think timelines matter. This isn't a story about one strange night. It's about what happens when you stop explaining things away. The apartment caught me the moment that I saw it. Victorian bones, high ceilings, lots of light. The building has that quality old Cincinnati architecture sometimes has, like it was built by people who intended for it to last, and they knew it. My friend Dara moved in with me the first fall, and we spent the first month feeling like we'd gotten away with something. 2 people in an apartment that had no business being as affordable as it was. I guess the first thing I noticed was the hallway. Not anything specific, just that the hallway between the bedroom and the bathroom felt different at night than during the day. Heavier somehow. I'd find myself moving through it a little faster than necessary, not quite running, just not lingering. I mentioned it to Dara once. She said that old buildings are like that. She laughed, said that they have personality. I agreed, and neither of us really brought it up again. Then there were the sounds. Footsteps in the hall outside our door. When I checked and found no one there. A soft thump from somewhere above us on a fairly regular basis that we eventually stopped remarking on. Then there was the feeling in the study, the largest room, the one we used for work. It was the feeling of being observed from the doorway, which I solved by simply keeping the study door open so I could see the hallway, which helped less than it should have. Dara moved out after 18 months. A good reason, a job in another city. Genuinely exciting for her. She left on a Saturday, and I helped her load the car and stood on the sidewalk waving and went back upstairs, stood in the apartment, and felt for the first time how large it actually was. The first night alone, I didn't sleep well. I told myself that it was adjustments, the particular quiet of a space that had recently held 2 people and now just held 1. It would be different for a moment, I said. By the second week, I understood it wasn't an adjustment. The hallway was worse. The study was worse. The sounds that I'd managed to tune out over 18 months came back into focus with Dara gone. It was as noticeable as The way you suddenly hear a clock ticking in a room once everyone stops talking. The feeling of being watched that I'd learned to live with became something I had to actively manage. Keeping lights on, keeping music playing, keeping the apartment full of sound so that whatever the silence contained stayed underneath it. I was making coffee one morning about a month after Dara left when I saw a woman. I was in the kitchen, facing the counter, and I turned around. She was in the doorway to the hall. A figure, a woman. I thought, it's light, not quite solid in a way that I registered before I registered anything else. And she was looking at me, and not through me, directly at me, with the specific quality of attention that means recognition. I felt like she recognized me, or at least knew I was looking at her. Like she knew exactly who I was and had been waiting to see if I'd finally notice her. I don't know how long we managed eye contact, probably less than a second. And then she was gone. It wasn't a slow dissolve, it was just a sudden disappearance. I stood gripping my coffee mug. The hallway was empty. Nothing to show for what I'd seen. I didn't tell anyone for several weeks. What changed was a random afternoon when the building manager came to look at a radiator that had been making noise. He was there maybe 20 minutes, but I'd seen him around a million times. I could tell that he was someone who'd been in the building long enough to have his own relationship with it. As he was leaving, he paused in the hallway and said, almost to himself, that this apartment always had a feeling to it. I asked him what he meant. He looked at me for a moment and then said the building had a long history, that some of the longtime tenants had their stories and that I might want to look into it if I was curious. Then he left. I looked into it that night. I wasn't actually hoping to find anything. I was hoping for a mundane building history that explained the feeling away. A structural quirk, a geological oddity, something that could account for 3 years of low-level unease. And one morning in the kitchen, I was still trying to rationalize. What I found instead was a history that explained nothing and confirmed everything. Built in 1850, a young man's suicide in 1880. In the room above where I sleep, years of vacancy. An all-girls school starting in 1900, its own tragedies layered on top of the ones already there. Converted to apartments after the war, decades of tenants. Decades of reported experiences. The building accumulated history the way old buildings do. Quietly, I guess. I sat with my laptop in the kitchen doorway, looking at the hallway. I'm still here. I've thought about leaving, and I keep not leaving, which I think says something I haven't fully worked out yet. The figure hasn't appeared again. The hallway is still the hallway. The study still has its feeling, and I just keep the door open, and it still doesn't help as much as it should. I guess at this point, I'm just a little more used to it than I should be, too. The sense that she saw me as clearly as I saw her, whatever she is, whatever she's been doing in this apartment and for however long, she knows I'm here. I'm not sure anymore which of us is more accustomed to the other. And I'd be lying if I said I didn't want to see her again. If I ever do, you'll be the first to know. The house has been in my wife's family for decades. Her parents acquired it sometime in the early 40s. A weekend place on the Delaware River, up in Norosbro, about 4 hours north of the city. I'd heard about it for years before I ever actually saw it. The way her family talked about it had a particular warmth that people reserve for places that shaped them. Summers there, holidays there, the river, and every story. By the time we made the drive up, I'd already felt like I half knew it. I never had places like that growing up, so it was nice. And then there's the thing about marrying into a family. You inherit the mythology before you inherit the place itself. It was early spring, a long weekend, just the two of us, her parents, her brother, and his girlfriend. I saw how they casually planned these trips, but it sure meant more than anyone says out loud to have these opportunities. I understood for me to settle further into the fabric of something that I joined and not fully belonged to. And that's what this was. I wanted to be easy about it. I wanted to be the kind of person who fit without effort. The house did not make that easy. It's a beautiful property. Right on the river, old trees, the right kind of quiet that cities make you forget exists. The house itself is something like 250 years old. Dutch settler construction. You feel that age in the way the foundation holds the ground and the walls hold the light. Her family had restored it carefully over the years without changing what it was. Walking in felt like stepping into something that had been decided long ago. It had no interest in being anything else. I noticed it that first evening. Not anything specific, just a quality to the air in certain rooms. A feeling of being assessed. But early on, I think I was able to just attribute that to my own low-level social anxiety about the weekend, to the particular sensitivity of wanting to belong somewhere and not being sure yet that you did. I was good at finding rational explanations for things that made me uncomfortable, that's for sure. It's a useful skill in the early years of a marriage, too. Anyway, they put us in the northeast bedroom. It was a good room. River-facing window, old wide plank floors, a brass bed that had probably been there since before anyone currently living was born. My wife fell asleep quickly the way that she always does. And I lay there in the dark and listened to the house and felt with a clarity I couldn't reason away that something in the room was aware of me, not of us, of me. There was nothing tangible I could really point to. No sounds or visions. It was more like this sustained discomfort of being in a space where your presence is not welcome. The way a room feels when you've walked into the middle of an argument and everyone goes quiet. Something in that bedroom had been there a long time. It had made its calculations about who belonged and had arrived at a conclusion about me that it wasn't reconsidering. I got up around 2 a.m. and sat in the chair by the window, looked out at the river for a while. The water was very dark and very quiet. At some point, I became aware that the feeling was less present near the window than it was near the bed, near the center of the room, near where the walls held whatever they held. I stayed in the chair until the sky started to lighten. Then I got back into bed, lay there until my wife's alarm went off and the weekend resumed its normal shape. Breakfast was eggs and strong coffee and her father's stories about the river. I laughed at the right moments. I helped with the dishes. On the drive home, I waited until we were well clear of Narrowsboro. And then I told my wife that I'd had a strange night, that the room had felt a little off to me, that I wasn't sure how to explain it, but that something in there hadn't wanted me there. She listened. She didn't not listen. She heard the words, but there was a particular quality to the silence that followed. It felt like the type of silence that means someone is deciding how to respond, rather than sitting with what you've said. And when she spoke, she said something about old houses and unfamiliar sounds. And the first night in a new place, always being difficult. She said it kindly. She reached over and put her hand on mine for a moment. And that was the end of it. I didn't push it. I've thought about that a lot since, obviously. Why I let it go so easily. Why I folded the whole experience up and put it somewhere that it didn't have to be looked at. Part of it was that I couldn't prove anything. Maybe part of it was that the house was hers in a way that it could never be mine. And I didn't want what happened in that bedroom to become something that sat between us. And part of it, if I'm honest, was that being dismissed about something true leaves a particular kind of mark. You don't go back to the same place twice, I guess is what I'm saying. Her family still invites us up a few times a year, usually fall weekends, the occasional summer. I always find a reason. Work, a prior commitment, something that sounds plausible enough to not require explanation. My wife has never asked directly why I keep declining, and I've never said directly. That gap is small. We're fine, genuinely. But it's there. We both know it's there, and neither of us has found the right way in. I learned a few things about the house after the fact. Its age, its history, the Dutch settlers who built it in 1752, the various presences that people have reported over the years. A woman seen outside at the same hour, regularly, as though waiting to be let in. Of course, some of these stories predate the 1940s, before my wife's family owned the home. But there's more. A man in the northeast bedroom, who by some accounts doesn't know he's dead, who looks at people moving through his house and sees intruders. He doesn't take kindly to the intruders. I'm pretty convinced that's what I felt that night. I only know what the room felt like at 2 a.m. with my wife asleep. And something old and certain making its assessment of me. I certainly didn't pass the test. That much was clear. And I guess that's why I've never gone back. I've been sitting on this story for a while, and every time I thought about sending it, I'd talk myself out of it. Not because I doubted what happened, but because the part I most wanted to tell was the part that I least knew how to explain. Then I heard your episode about a hotel in Savannah, and I thought, okay, these are my people. I got married in Charlottesville, Virginia. My husband's family has deep roots there, which is how we ended up with a beautiful old property for the venue, which is also how my best friend and maid of honor Sarah had easy access to local knowledge that she failed to adequately disclose to me until it was too late. Sarah handled accommodations. I trusted her completely. She knew I'd been saying for years that I wanted something historic for the wedding weekend, something with real age to it. She also knew, because she'd known me since we were 9, that my favorite color was and always has been pink. Committed, unapologetic, not going anywhere pink. So when she told me that she'd found a room for me at a landmark manor house called Castle Hill, a genuine 1765 Virginia estate with French-influenced architecture, 12-foot ceilings, and a formal garden, and that the room that she'd booked was called the Pink Bedroom, I didn't ask a single follow-up question. I just cried a little and told her that she was the best person alive. I should have asked follow-up questions. I arrived Friday afternoon. The house was everything. Wide porches, tall windows, the particular quality of old Virginia light that makes everything look like it's been painted rather than built. My room was near the rear of the ground floor, a suite that felt distinctly feminine in a way that I loved immediately. Rose tones, antique furniture, the sense of a space that had been lived in with great care by someone who meant it. I hung my dress on the wardrobe and I sat at the edge of the bed and I felt genuinely like I was exactly where I was supposed to be. The rehearsal dinner came and went. Family, toast, too much good wine, and a warmth I haven't exactly felt since the night before something enormous is about to happen. I got back to the room around 10:30, washed my face, got into that beautiful old bed, and I texted Sarah a string of hearts. She wrote back, "So glad you love it. Sleep well." P.S. There's probably something I should have told you, but it's fine. We'll talk tomorrow. Good night. I love you. I stared at that for a moment, reading it in the exact voice I know that she'd sent it. "What?" I said. "The room has a little bit of a reputation. Ghost stuff. Local legend. Truly, probably nothing. Go to sleep. I put my phone face down on the nightstand. I was 36 hours deep into wedding week. My nervous system was running on fumes and champagne. I had approximately 0 remaining capacity for new information. I decided it was nothing. I closed my eyes and waited for sleep. I didn't smell it right away. It came gradually. This faint, floral, something sweet underneath that I couldn't quite name. Not my products. Not the room's cleaning products. Not anything I'd brought with me. But it was there, softly, the way a scent lingers after someone has passed through. I opened my eyes and looked at the ceiling and thought, that was strange. And then this fear came. It wasn't like a cold rush, just this slow, creeping awareness that the room felt fuller than it had when I turned the light off. I lay very still and listened to the house. Told myself that old houses had smells and old houses made sounds. I was tired and suggestible thanks to Sarah. Clearly, she was trying to mess with me. Put something in my head right before I was supposed to sleep. This was definitely her fault. But the feeling didn't leave, even as I joked with myself. The awareness of not being quite alone stayed. It was steady and patient, and I lay there with it for a long time, and I started to understand something about it. It wasn't threatening. That's what I keep remembering. That night, and many times since, there was nothing in that feeling that wanted to frighten me. It was more like presence, like the particular quality of a room where someone who loves it very much is sitting quietly in the corner. At some point, I stopped being afraid. I can't tell you exactly when, only that the transition was complete and gentle, like something had simply decided the point had been made and had settled back. I slept deeply, solidly, better than I had in weeks. I woke up to October light, the sound of the house coming alive, and I lay there for a few long minutes feeling inexplicably looked after. I called Sarah on the drive to the venue. She listened to the whole thing without interrupting, which is unusual for her. When I finished, she was quiet for a second and then said, "Okay, so the room does have a history. The woman who lived there was a poet. She actually was buried on the grounds, and apparently she never really left. I heard the stories, but I honestly didn't think anything would happen. I just thought it was a cool detail in the best room." I told her that she was lucky that I was about to get married, and therefore I was in a very good mood. And she was also lucky that this ghost happened to be quite nice. But here's the thing that I've thought about a lot. The thing that finally made me write this down. Apparently, she chooses. The stories about that room, the ones Sarah had half remembered and half dismissed, they say that not everyone who sleeps there has an experience. That whoever this woman is, she decides. Some guests sleep straight through, others don't. She decided I was worth staying up for, I guess. I don't know what to do with that except feel quietly honored by it. And I do. A poet who loved a pink room, who never left it, who kept me company the night before the biggest day of my life, without me even knowing to be grateful until it was over. Well, I've been grateful ever since. I'm dead if you're reading this. If I'm not, then stop now. All right then. As it seems, you are the lucky recipient of my property on Desmond Street. All my grandchildren used to ask me if my house had ghosts, be it the architecture or its isolated location. Each of you asked me at least once. I always found that amusing. Children have a way of sensing things long before they understand them. Well, here we are. all these years later, and now one of you has inherited not only the home, but the truth of it as well. Your suspicions were correct. The house and the property are indeed haunted. This land has been in our family for generations. The spirits that reside here are your family. Like it or not, they are now your housemates. Myself included. Yes, I do expect that I'll be there before you arrive. Now, don't let that diminish your excitement. For the most part, you won't notice us. Life in that house has always had a way of continuing on, despite everything else. There are, however, a few things you should understand. Under no circumstances are you to sell this property. This is not simply a home. It's an inheritance in the truest sense. Generations of your relatives still reside here, and we intend to continue that tradition. One day, you'll write your own letter, just like this one, to the next grandchild in line. You must live on the property, full-time. You'll notice lights turning on by themselves from time to time. That, unfortunately, is not unusual, but the wiring in the house is old, and it's a fire hazard. Do not ignore it. Turn off lamps when you leave a room. Practical concerns still apply, even in a place like this. I would also suggest you familiarize yourself with ley lines. The land the house sits on, it holds a great deal of energy, and not everything you experience there will be familial. Some things pass through. Make sure the windows are latched before the sun fully sets. In the summer, the house will grow warm at night. If you're desperate for a draft, use the attic window, but only that one. And be mindful, if you hear anything climbing along the exterior wall, you'll have time to close it. Use that time. This new arrangement will take some getting used to. You'll hear things, bumps, soft movements, the occasional shifting where there should be none. In time, you'll learn which sound belongs to us and which don't. You may decorate the house as you like. I encourage it. Make it your own, but don't alter anything foundational. Major renovations tend to agitate the older spirits. Your grandfather Eddie learned that the hard way. After he bent the entrance gates with his car, he insisted something followed him inside, choked him, threw him down the stairs. I cannot confirm that exactly as he described it, but I will say this. There are moments in that house when you feel you're being watched very closely. Pay attention to those moments. They rarely are without reason. If you smoke, don't smoke inside. You'll find it nearly impossible to light a cigarette anyway. Matches go out as though someone is standing just behind you, blowing them out the moment they spark. Candles, however, will stay lit. Make of that what you will. Now, there's one thing that I was warned of when I inherited the house, and though I've never encountered it myself, I would be remiss not to pass it along to you. My grandfather wrote of a man with 2 silver teeth. The man is not one of us. He's not tied to the house, nor the land in any way that benefits you. He's something else entirely. He will attempt to deceive you to gain entry. He's taken different forms, an old woman in need of help, a lost dog, even something as small as a presence that's familiar enough to trust. Do not trust him. If you are outside and you encounter him, be polite. Do not run. Do not turn your back to him. If you make eye contact, you must not break it until you've reached the safety of the house. Move steadily. Use your feet to clear anything in your path if you must, but do not rush. He cannot enter unless invited, but outside, he's not bound by the same rules. Again, these are not my experiences, but there is an account. years before my time, of someone finding a small dog near the patio fence during a storm. It appeared frightened, shivering, pitiful. But when they looked closer, they noticed something glinting in its mouth. The moment they saw it, the dog stopped trembling. It looked up at them, not like an animal, but something even more aware. The smile presented 2 silver teeth. I tell you this not to frighten you, but to prepare you. And I'll also tell you this. In the 46 years I lived in that house, I never encountered him. So, don't let your thoughts dwell there any longer than necessary. There is very little that you need to fear if you carry yourself properly. Leave soot in the fireplace and from time to time, check for blackened footprints. If you see them, don't clean them immediately. Follow them first. Banshees are drawn to places like ours. The energy, the lineage, it attracts them, especially when new souls take up residence. They are not kind, but they are not without reason. If you encounter one, acknowledge it. Do not show fear. This is your home. These are your ancestors. If they recognize you as a keeper, a protector, they will move on. And that, above all else, is what you must remember. You are not powerless here. You are the continuation of everything that came before you. You are the creator of your reality. You are your own God. Do not let fear take that from you. Refuse it. Burn bright, my dear. I'll see you soon. Love, Grandma Mabel. What made you quit your most recent job? This was such an oddball question, a real scroll slower. Probably because it related to my situation so incredibly, I couldn't move on. When I read it, I knew my answer right away, and well, here we are. Morning, friends, I'm Addie. I've always been an early bird, and I appreciate structure and routine. Speaking with therapists, I have a lot of abandonment issues that have led me to treat relationships and jobs like an oath in blood. I've cut people off that probably didn't deserve it while keeping people close that were toxic from the start. It's the same for my employment history too, sort of. I've never had a meltdown at my place of work, but I have stayed in positions that made me want to ride the elevator to the top floor and jump from the roof. And yet, every morning I'd get up, get dressed, and go there, simply because I hated change. I hate feeling like the now will soon be something else. There's a story about King Solomon and his search for a ring, one that when he wore it and gazed upon it, if he was happy, the sight of it would make him sad. But when he feels the weight of the world on his shoulders and the sun forgets to rise, the ring will fill him with joy once again. He offered 1 bag of gold for the one who could obtain such a ring and bring it to him. It seemed as though he'd given an impossible task to anyone who volunteered. Over the days, he was brought rings from all around, most of them adorned with expensive jewels and rubies. Some changed colors depending on the amount of light it was given. All of them were rejected by the king. Seeing all these beautiful rings being tossed aside led one of his followers to think about the obscure request in a different way. And when he did, he knew exactly what to do. He went out and purchased a cheap wooden ring from a small shop in town. Then he went down a couple of doors and had it engraved. And when he presented this ring to King Solomon, the inflated smile he wore slowly melted into a frown. And with that, he told one of his guards to fetch the peasant his reward. What was engraved on the ring that the king was so moved by would later be revealed to say, "This too shall pass." I thought about this a lot in my job, like a reminder. Both good and bad times are temporary. It served as a source of comfort and perspective for me during difficult periods. So back to the question, what made you quit your most recent job? The funny thing is, I did that today. I felt so much guilt. I work at a preschool for the deaf. The staff there is composed of a few deaf teachers and a few hearing, all fluent in ASL. It's not a big facility, and because of the special needs of the students, it's difficult finding qualified candidates. We're constantly low-staffed and filling in for each other. It gets wearing on the spirit knowing that you're only waking up and getting dressed because you're obligated to your own personal work ethic. And that's the thing. My coworkers bust their asses off just like I do. It takes all of us to open the doors every morning. Not physically, but you get what I'm saying, I hope. I feel terrible leaving the team, and I can say that I really did like everyone I worked with, and the pay was really good, almost double my last job. But this school is so fucking haunted, and I'm so fucking sick of feeling scared when I'm alone making lesson plans. Things are always falling off of shelves, cabinets are always open when I swear I just closed them. Try blaming that on a kid when they're out at recess. You can't, and then you get real shivery and try everything in your power not to hop on your bike and ride home. Not to. This place was biking distance from my house. It was literally my dream job, but I couldn't do it anymore. Sometimes the kids would notice the toys moving on their own. That was a regular occurrence. This Toy Story dinosaur in particular kept turning its head to look at us while we were having circle time. When we'd have our cleanup song and put everything away at the end of the day, I'd take the kids to their parents' pickup. And when I'd go back to the classroom, that one T-Rex would always manage to find its way back to the middle of the carpet. None of the other teachers seem to have things happen, or at least they're not admitting it. Maybe it's just my classroom. This is or would have been my second year teaching there. The first year, I didn't experience any activity. Over the summer, they did a lot of construction from the grant, and the old building that's been around since 1970 got a whole new renovation. Returning this year, we had a chance to get our classrooms ready before the kids came in the following week. When I walked into my room and saw the touch screen and everything, all new countertops, sinks, cubbies, all of it, it was insane, all the technology upgrades they expected us to learn and get down in a week, but it was exciting. And then we had one more staff meeting in the cafeteria the night before the first day of school. It goes a little late with all the questions that we had about how to use the new equipment, and by the time the meeting adjourns, it's dark out. Before the meeting, I'd accidentally left my laptop plugged into the charger in my classroom, and I needed to go back and get it. The buildings are laid out in an L shape. The cafeteria is located at the center of the L, and my classroom is at the top, opposite the front doors. The double doors at the end of my hallway lead to the playground. With it being after hours, most of the hallway lights were off, and all the classroom lights were off except mine. I remembered turning them off before I'd left for the meeting, but I was also walking back to grab a laptop I'd forgotten. I could have easily bobble-brained the lights as well. Who knows, right? But as I got closer to the room, the lights turned off. I must have been preoccupied with what I was going to do after I left the school because I didn't think of it past, that was weird, before the next thought pushed the anomaly out. As I walked through the doorway, I flipped on the lights and headed toward where my laptop was plugged in. But before I got there, I heard the sink turn on in our hand washing station. The new sinks are motion censored, and I was pretty sure I couldn't set it off from that far away, but it's possible. When I get to my desk, I have to climb under to unplug the laptop from the power strip. While I'm under my desk, I hear the sink turn on again. This time, I know there's no way I could have done it, and my heart starts to beat a little faster. I look up from the desk at a sleek rectangular faucet as it continues to spit water. That side of the room was darker, and when the sink turned off, I saw the red sensor on the bottom of the faucet and realized whether the sink was going or not, that red light should have still been visible. So what I had just watched was something unblock the sensor. I got chills and quickly exited that evening. The new school year begins, and throughout these past 4 months, The little stuff with the toys and the cabinets started happening. It felt like the energy had soured in my classroom. I dreaded waking up to go to that place every day. Sometimes I'd be sitting at my desk and suddenly feel an overwhelming wave of sadness for no reason. I became depressed. I've been depressed. It's been like something has been feeding off my normally bright and positive energy since the school year started. But I couldn't abandon my team, so I continued to go. But last night tipped me over the edge, and nothing could have gotten me to go back. It's conference week, and thankfully this was the last family I was scheduled to meet with. Both parents are hard of hearing and didn't hear the toys and books falling on the floor behind them. But I could see it all. I knew something was going to happen when they left. I anticipated it. I couldn't tell if the family felt anything, but the energy felt heavy when we all walked in, like walking into a sauna. The air was thick, but not by water molecules. As the meeting wrapped up, I tried to stall the family as long as I could so I wouldn't have to be alone, but they eventually did leave. I walked them to the front doors and locked them when they were out. I thought about following them out and hopping on my bike as well, but I knew I couldn't. I was the last one there and I needed to lock everything up before I left. Up to that point, I wasn't planning on quitting. My goal was to get in, get out, but that couldn't be further from what happened. When I got back into the classroom, I hurried to pick up the toys that fell, and of course, the T-Rex was laying furthest away from the other toys. I felt it move in my hands when I picked it up. It was such a disturbing sensation, I reactively threw it away from me, and the plastic leg broke. I should have thrown it away long ago, but now it actually had a legitimate reason to meet the trash bin. Not wanting to touch it again, I laid the bin on its side and gave the dinosaur a kick in. Right after doing that, my classroom door slammed incredibly loud. You know how heavy those school doors are. It shook the walls and scared me enough to lose my balance. The shock of it put me on my ass and got me so mad, almost as mad as I was scared. But when I got to my feet, I didn't have time to fixate on the door because the rocking chair I keep in our library area began rocking back and forth. Every interval, its speed increased until it fell forward with another loud crash. And that's when I said, "Fuck it." That mix of anger and fear was now just fear. Whatever this was enjoyed fucking with me, and I was all done. So I quit. Do I feel guilty? Absolutely. But do I feel better? 100%. Sometimes the toxic work environment is supernatural. But either way, don't stay at a place that makes you feel awful, regardless the reason. Life is too short, and then we're just a ghost haunting a school. So live your best one. The googly eyes on my child's art project moved the other day. I watched them as they moved from left to right and back again. At one point during their cycle, they both stopped in the middle of their domed enclosures, like the eyes were looking back at me. It sounds completely absurd. It felt absurd confirming with myself that these black dots were actually moving. The googly eyes are glued on a clay cup that over the last week she'd painted, put it in a kiln. When my daughter brought it home, we put the eyes on. She was supposed to fill it with her favorite drink and bring it to school the next day. My daughter didn't notice it. I felt for vibrations or any sort of explanation for what I'd seen. But if I'd been honest with myself, I knew the obscure way those black circles drifted up and then back and forth, like they did. They weren't going to be the result of my daughter's knee bumping the table. It made me incredibly anxious. When the dots floated back down, I grabbed a bunch of cocoa packets, stuffed them in the cup, and then stuffed it into her backpack. She'd be bringing it back to school the next day, so I tried not to think any more about it after that. But today, she brought the cup back home. I shouldn't have been surprised, or at least I should have acted like I wasn't as surprised. When she pulled it out of her backpack this afternoon, Well, have you ever accidentally said something out loud that you thought you were thinking? I don't know how to explain it, but in my defense, I was caught off guard, and I really didn't know how uncomfortable it made me until I was face to face with the googly eyes again. I accidentally blurted out, "No, Taylor, why'd you bring that home again?" Then I thought, "No, Judy, you just said that out loud. Recover, recover. She's looking at you. Say something quick." So I go, "Why'd you bring that home again? Because all my other cups are gonna get jealous that I'm drinking from this one every day." Boom. Mic drop. Her eyes lit up with excitement, and now I'm dreading having my morning coffee in it tomorrow. I've considered breaking it. Talked to my partner about it. He doesn't think that I should break it. He thinks I'm overreacting. I think I could possibly be saving us from a demonic poltergeist, but oh well. He's not a skeptic either. This isn't the first time our girl has brought some miscellaneous item with something attached to it home. It's like the spirits are attracted to her. I don't like it. The first time she brought home a stuffed goose that she'd picked out of a pile of stuffed animals at the state fair. The night I came home with us, things started happening around the house. I'd hear footsteps in other rooms when I was the only one home, and the stuffed goose would randomly appear in different places, even after I'd consciously remembered putting it somewhere else. Every time I'd see it out of place in the house, I'd just grab it again and walk it back into Taylor's room. These things I could ignore. They weren't big enough to throw me off my routine, although I did hate finding that goose everywhere. It felt intrusive. As much as I tried to ignore it, I couldn't get rid of the sense that I was being spied upon in my own home. I think the more I ignored it, the more its insistence for acknowledgement intensified. That's the only way I can describe it. For example, originally when I'd find the goose in different places, it would be on the floor. Then I'd start finding it on the couch and tables around the house. Then finally one night I'm crawling into bed, and as I'm getting under the sheets, the back of my legs feel the unmistakable prickly fur of the stuffed goose. I screamed. It woke up my partner, and it made the neighbor's dog bark. But I'd had enough, and that dog always barks at any time of the night without my help, so I didn't feel bad about that either. I marched that goose directly outside and straight to the trash. As I'm walking out the door, I see my partner in the living room. I ask what he's doing down there, as I could have sworn I'd just seen him in bed a second ago. That realization made me physically sick when it left my mouth, and extra urgent to get that stuffed goose out of the house. I couldn't wait for his response. I ran past him, out the door, to trash it. My partner followed me out and asked me if I had just come from our bedroom upstairs. I tell him, yes, I was just getting into bed, and I found this goose, decided I hated it, and wanted to throw it in the garbage. He looked pale. His eyes looked like they were filling with tears. He goes, I was in bed, but I heard you calling my name from downstairs." He pauses to ask me again, almost pleading with me that I was messing with him. But I promised. He tells me that it was my voice calling him, telling him to come downstairs, although he knew deep down that I was in the shower upstairs. The voice he heard was so convincing that he followed it downstairs. In our house, there's a small hallway that you have to walk through from the bottom of the stairs to the living room. He says that he saw what he thought was me turning the hallway corner into the living room, but he couldn't find me when he got there, and he nearly had a full-on heart attack when I came running up behind him, looking crazed with a stuffed goose. It was a draining experience for us both. I had the chance to tell him all the crazy stuff that had happened with the goose, and that's where I thought all the energy was coming from. The next morning, when Taylor asked where it was, I told her that the goose was infested with bugs, so we had to throw it out. Not my best, but the latter was telling her that it was infested with the devil. Taylor's asleep now. I passed by her bedroom a few moments ago, saw her curled up under the covers, breathing softly, safe. The mug is still on the kitchen counter. I tried moving it to the cabinet earlier, just to get it out of my sight. But I only made it a few steps before something inside of me said nope. Back on the counter it went. I can't keep it, but I also can't just throw it in the trash, not like the goose. She made this thing. She was proud of it. She watched it come to life with paint and glitter and a gallon of glue, even with the eyes. And I saw her face when I joked about all the other mugs being jealous. I gave her that moment. I can't rip it away now. At least, not in a way that she'll notice. So I've been brainstorming. Maybe it accidentally falls off the shelf tomorrow. Maybe it gets a chip and becomes too sharp to keep. Maybe it goes into a donation box and finds its way to a very unlucky thrift store. But it has to go. I know how this starts. Small things, subtle shifts, feelings you try to ignore, until one night you find yourself questioning your own reality while your partner insists nothing is wrong, and your daughter is calling out from her room, saying she saw something move in the hallway. I'd rather deal with the disappointed 6-year-old than open that door again. And I know this sounds crazy, but the longer it stays, the more I can feel it. Not just the movement of the eyes, but something else. Like it's aware of me, the way I'm aware of it. Like it's waiting for me to slip up, let my guard down. No, I've learned my lesson. The mug has to go. Quietly, carefully, before whatever's inside decides to stay. I'm sure some of you on here are familiar with Naked and Afraid, the show. Well, I recently binged the XL series. Basically, naked people go out into the wilderness and try to survive with very little in the way of tools. They get to bring one item each. Sometimes they get a pot for boiling water. Most people bring machetes, fire starters, or mosquito nets, and everything else must be acquired in the wild. It sounds ridiculous, and maybe some of it is fake. I really don't know, but it's also addictive. I mean, these people are stark naked, no shoes, no nothing. But then they go out there and build shelters, collect resources, and many contestants make it all the way to the end. Sometimes that's 40 days, sometimes it's 60. Either way, it's insane. It's one of those things that makes you think, gosh, I wonder if I could do that. Well, spoiler alert, I could not. I only wanted to try for a weekend just for fun, just to see what it was like. When I got a nice secluded spot in the woods, I stripped down just like in the show. Then I took 3 steps and decided to put my shoes back on. The ground was covered in stickers, rocks, painful roots. There was just no way. When I went to sit down, the reality of what it meant to have my naked bits touching the ground set in, and I put my pants back on. At that point, it felt ridiculous to walk around topless, so I decided it was unnecessary to emulate every part of the show. Once my clothes were back on, I decided to get water from a nearby creek. It looked absolutely disgusting, even after I boiled it. There was no way that I was going to put that into my body. None. Luckily, I brought emergency bottled water and drank that instead. What's one more concession? The real challenge would be building a shelter and finding food. Now, I went into this knowing I wasn't going to kill some poor animal just so that I could pretend I was on a reality show. But there are plenty of fruits and berries in the area I visited. Theoretically, food should have been the easy part. It wasn't. I got lost. But Alicia, your phone has GPS. Yes, but I was playing a stupid game, so I left my phone at the campsite. That's how smart I am. I had been to that area before, but never ventured quite so far. Nothing looked familiar. I didn't leave any kind of trail to follow back. I kept thinking that I would find food just around the next bend, and then suddenly I was miles away from my campsite. Eventually I saw a building through the tree line and wept with joy. I had no flashlight, so I was going to be a whole different kind of screwed once it got dark. I ran to the clearing and found an old church building with a small graveyard behind it. I was very disheartened to learn that there were no people around. I searched inside the chapel and found nothing of use. just a few short rows of pews. In the daylight, it was a picturesque setting, like something out of a rustic painting, but I had a feeling that wouldn't be the case in an hour. I was relieved to see that there was a dirt road I could possibly follow to some sort of civilization. But alas, that too was a bust. I walked as far as I could, but the sun was working against me. I had to choose between going back to the church and sheltering for the night, or continuing down an unknown road into total darkness. I chose the church. By the time I made it back, the sun had completely set. The only light came from a small, starry patch in the overcast sky. The church was almost pitch black inside, so all I could do was feel for a pew and lay down. The hard wood hurt my back and my ass instantly. The thought of sleeping till morning was the only thing keeping me calm, and now that was gone too. I cried like a child. I was full on sobbing, having one of those what the fuck is wrong with me moments. I do that kind of shit all the time. I think something looks fun, so I dive in 100% without an ounce of research, and then I screw myself over. Every single time. After a few minutes, I thought my sobs were echoing. It sounded like a second person had started crying outside, but when I stopped, it stopped. The first time, I thought that I was losing my mind, but after it happened a second and third time, I was sure. I wasn't hearing myself. This was from an entirely different person. I felt my way to the door and called out. No one answered, but something took a few steps closer in my direction. That's when the fear set in. There wasn't even starlight to see by. It was just black. I hadn't thought about the reasons someone would be sneaking around in the dark. It wasn't very likely that someone else just so happened to get lost on the same night, also without a flashlight. I didn't know what to do. I stood there frozen. I'm not sure for how long, probably only a minute or two. But then the crying suddenly started again. It was loud and mournful. It sounded like the source was standing right next to me. Imagine someone is crying on your shoulder. It was exactly that. I reached out for whoever it was. I felt like if I could just get my hands on them, they would have to explain themselves or kill me. Either way, I had to know what I was dealing with. I couldn't handle the uncertainty, but I only grabbed air. I swear I reached through the sound. There's no way I didn't at least brush against someone standing that close. Then I remembered the graveyard, and I got really scared. My dumb ass not only got lost in the woods, I got stranded in a haunted church. Who the fuck does that? I ran back inside, slammed the door behind me, like it would actually help if a ghost were chasing me. I sat down right against the door and I didn't move for a long time. Once the crying stopped, it didn't start again, and I was finally able to calm down a little. Eventually, I decided to feel my way back to the pew, but when my hand found one, it felt wrong. The arms were standard pew arms, smooth wood with slight curves like you'd see in any church. As I probed further, I realized something was on top of the arm and lifted it with both hands, trying to get a feel for what it could be. I really don't know how to describe it outside of saying exactly what I think it was. It was a skeletal hand, 4 fingers, a thumb, a goddamn hand. Not a living one, of course. Whatever I held was definitely dead. When I pulled, it was like pulling on a body, and it fell toward me. I let go and jumped back, expecting to hear it hit the ground, but there was no sound at all. I wasn't brave enough to go feeling around again, so I made my way back to the door, leaned against it until there was enough sunlight to hit the road. It was absolutely the longest night of my life. Sometimes the floors would creak or there would be a sound outside, but nothing seemed to get close to me. When there was finally enough light to see my surroundings, I could confirm there was no skeleton present in the chapel, nor anything else that I could have mistaken for one. It seems like a completely normal church, and outside there was a peaceful little cemetery. No trace of the previous horrors in sight. I ended up walking down the road for over an hour before a nice old lady stopped and asked if I needed help. She took me back to my campsite where I promptly packed my things and got the hell out of there. This is not conventional therapy by any means. However, I tend to use this platform like it is. Mothers with incarcerated lovers. My son's name is Marco Jr. We call him MJ for short. His dad, Marco Sr., has been held at the LSP for half a decade. Round trips there and back close to 6 hours. It's not easy on the gas tank, but it's important to me that MJ gets to see his dad and have him be a part of his life in any way that he can before he's released and he's seen as a stranger when he comes home. We try to make it up there at the end of the month, typically around payday so I can fill my tank. Last weekend we had the same plan. When we got there, me and MJ were searched as procedure, but right afterwards they told us Marco's compound was on lockdown. That sucked. What a waste of gas, makeup, and effort. I wish that they had something on their website to update us with stuff like that. I was pissed, but nothing that we could do about it. So I turned around and we went back out to the car. Heading home, we were about an hour into our drive. I've been trying to keep the atmosphere light by playing his Wiggles CD, singing to every goddamn one of those songs, trying to distract MJ from sad feelings, questions that I didn't want to explain, because I really didn't know why Daddy couldn't come see us. The guard I spoke to wasn't like, oh, here's what's going on right now. I was equally in the dark, 2 peas in a pod, listening to the Wiggles. It's wild to be a parent and have to share these experiences with your child. I read a lot about adverse childhood experiences after Marco got arrested. It's called an ACEs test. I got a pretty decent score. I'm sure Marco would too. The generations of trauma pass down to the next. My goal as a parent is for MJ to check off less of those boxes, get a lower score on this thing than I did. So, we're driving, and in between songs, as one's fading out, I can hear MJ playing with paper. Trying not to divert my attention from the road for too long, I quickly looked over to see him messing around with an envelope. I ask, where'd you get that from? He said a guard gave it to him. I'm like, what? When did they do this? MJ was by my side the whole time, and other than the woman I was working with, there wasn't anyone else around us. For sure not within the proximity of slipping my son a letter. Adding to the weirdness, when I asked what they looked like, MJ described someone that I for sure didn't see in there. He said this guard had broken sunglasses, like one of the lenses was missing in the frames, and the eye that he could see was all black. He actually portrayed this guard as scary looking. MJ also said that he knew his name. The guard called out to him to get his attention. He said, "Hey, MJ." When he turned around, the guard handed him the envelope and walked away. How could I have not seen this happen? If it wasn't for the physical proof he was holding in his hands, I would have just gone along with his imagination. Instead, I gently snatched the envelope out of his hands to get a closer glance at it. But when I saw the envelope had a familiar handwriting, it said, "Love, Marco." I put on my hazards and pulled off the road so I could mentally process MJ's weird story and figure out what was inside the envelope. It was, in fact, a letter from Marco. He would always write us a big front and back letter for me and MJ to read when we got home, filled with positive updates about the progress he's making with work, funny stories, and mostly how much he loves and misses us. It was also dated that day. I thought that Marco must have given the letter to his CO, asked him to deliver the message to us when he got there. It's beyond me. Regardless, I eventually ignored its creepy delivery and was just happy to see what we got. After figuring out it was a letter from Daddy, MJ wanted to still wait until we got home that night to actually read through it. So, we got back on the road, finished the last leg of the trip, full discography of the Wiggles all the way back to Yummy Yummy. Marco would call from jail a few days later, and it only piqued the creepiness of this whole letter thing to like a brand new level that neither of us could make sense of. So, they had that lockdown the day of our visit. I spoke to Marco on the phone that morning, telling him to plan on us being there close to 6. Marco wasn't involved, but he said that there was a huge fight that broke out before noon. Guards knew that it would only escalate between the two groups, so they shut the whole yard down, put everyone back in their cells. When the COs performed a count to make sure everyone was in their cells, they discovered 2 prisoners unaccounted for. That had everyone on staff running around looking for them. When Marco saw a CO named Lewis walk by his cell, he stopped him, asked Lewis the favor of giving us the letter if he saw us that day. He told him what time we were going to arrive and showed him a picture of us that he had. Marco said that he and Lewis were cool with each other, so Lewis took the letter. When I let him know that NJ got to meet him when we were there, Marco said that wasn't possible. I told him, well, somebody else gave MJ your letter then, but it was delivered, and we read it right when we got home. I then told him what the letter talked about to solidify that yes, we did get it, and yes, we did read it. Marco, again, almost defensively, replies that it wasn't possible for us to have received the letter because it was delivered back to him later that next day while they were still in lockdown. Marco says that the prisoners that went missing, they didn't get too far, and Lewis had been the first officer to find their hiding spot. The inmates, they strangled and stabbed him before the other COs could come to his rescue. Marco said that Lewis was a really good guy that all the inmates liked. Everyone was shaken up about it. I'm on the other end of the phone line, obviously doing my best to console him because he sounds genuinely affected by the passing of Lewis, but in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, this is crazy. I have this letter around here somewhere. So while we're on the phone and I'm listening to him talk and reminisce about Lewis, I'm tearing apart the house looking for this letter to prove I'm not crazy. But I can't find it. Not in the house. Not in the car. MJ didn't know where it went either. I did a more extensive search after I got off the phone with no better luck. Now it's been over a week, and neither MJ or I have seen that letter since, though both of us know that we had it at one point in time. So, what now? Just let it go, right? Don't dedicate my life to solving this mystery of the teleporting letter and Lewis the ghost. I'm sure obsessing over this would traumatize MJ, add to his already growing ACE score. So, just let it go, right? Right? But wow, that's a hard thing to swallow and just keep on moving like my perception of reality hasn't been glitterified. And since I can't seem to let it go, I'm sharing my story here. I don't really know why, but maybe somebody else has had an experience with a teleporting letter. I don't know if this constitutes as a wild AA story, but I wouldn't have it if it weren't for AA, so here goes. Obviously, names have been changed. Attending my Thursday meetings, there were a few regulars that I got to know. Gail was an older woman with box-dyed black hair and a different Slipknot shirt for every day of the week. In her 20s, she was selling sex and drugs for a local biker gang in Nevada. Some of the stories that she'd shared at our meetings would make even the most hardened addicts blush. If Gail could live her insane life and turn it around, there was hope for any of us that walked through those doors. No matter how down and out they were, Gail probably had a story just a little bit worse, just a little more tragic.
I know she was probably a raging narcissist, right? That's what I thought too. But she had receipts to back up every claim. Knife wounds, bullet wounds, a criminal rap sheet, and a scar on her leg she received from a branding iron that looked like an X with a half circle around it. She was the real deal. And man, could she tell a good story. Gail, despite her abrasive presence, still managed to have the brightest, most welcoming presence in the room. I looked forward to attending meetings because I enjoyed listening to her speak. She made you feel warm, even in the wintertime. However, the stories she would share during our smoke breaks were some of my favorites. She didn't have to hold back then. She could glorify these experiences all she wanted, and she had some insane experiences. Not just from when she was using, but from the days that she was sober and still working the streets. The story I'm sharing isn't one of Gail's trials and triumphs. It wasn't even one that she told everyone in a meeting. It was one of those coveted outside smoking a cigarette stories. And this time, she was telling me about her days as a high-class escort in Vegas. She was one of 3 girls that the bikers would present to only their top clients. Millionaires with drug habits, celebrities or mafia men, rich evangelical preachers with mega churches in Texas. Gail made bank doing what she did, and she was treated nicely as well. Clients paying in the thousands aren't usually the type to be violent. It also helped that she was driven to the location and picked up by a black Escalade filled with gang members waiting in the parking lot. An added fee for both Gail's and the client's safety. They would remain completely undisturbed unless Gail gave the signal from the window of the hotel. There was always the risk that they could kill her before the gang made it up to the room, but Gail never worried about the small stuff like that. One day her pimp gathers the girls together and asks if any of them could pass a drug test right now. Gail's the only one that raises her hand. She just so happened to have lost custody of her kid and had to be clean for 6 months before she could fight the courts to get him back. The kid's story, now that was a sad one that she did share in a meeting. Gail relapsed before she could regain custody of her son, and he'd be shipped off to his uncle with cancer in Baltimore. Yeah, don't worry, I'm not going to keep going on that one. Let's just say something happens and her son never makes it to Baltimore, and Gail enters the darkest period of her life. But again, rewind, sorry. Gail must have affected me more than I knew. Maybe after this I'll write her memoir. But for now, I came to tell you the story and I'll get back to it. Pretend you hear the sound of a VHS tape rewinding. Gail, a young, bubbly, high-dollar escort, the only hooker with a raised hand after her pimp Travis asks if there's any recent drug use. She was clean for 3 months. Travis takes Gail out and dresses her in the nicest things, gets her hair and nails done, a new pair of heels for her client that night. She's told that he's an international visitor from Europe, that he insists on his escorts being narcotic-free. She'd be meeting him in a suite at the top of the Flamingo. When the elevator doors opened up, Gail saw 2 security guards standing outside the door. Apparently, they were almost as tall as the door they were guarding. From the way their clothing hung, it was clear they weren't adorned with bulging muscles, like the regular goons Gail was used to seeing. But the 2 men standing there were equally menacing in their own right. Both wore matching black suits, dark circular sunglasses, and bowler hats. Neither of the men say a word to her as she exits the elevator. They stay completely silent as Gail's frisked, and every pocket and crevice she has is checked. Then, one security guard beeped the walkie-talkie on his shoulder twice, and the suite doors opened up. Gail's seen close to every penthouse suite, rooftop mansion, golf course, luxury Las Vegas can offer. It wasn't the suite that had her stumbling on her heels when she walked inside the double doors. In the living room area, the couch had been slid up against the wall, and the large, thick rug that was usually under the couch was rolled up in the corner as well. Where the rug should be is now 4 big blue plastic tarps taped together, covering the living room floor up to the walls. Directly in the middle of the tarp is a hospital bed and an IV and other tubes hooked up to a medical device. The sight made her stop. She wasn't but a few steps into the door, but then she tried to backpedal. She bumped into her client. Gail jumps away in fright, landing onto the blue tarp. The man that was standing behind her walls forward from the dark entryway to better reveal himself under the small chandelier that had decorated the living room. In a thick German accent, he apologized for the scare and introduces himself as Elijah. Being on the floor for her first sight of this man, she describes him from the ground up. He's dressed nicely. He wore expensive loafers under black business pants and a dark cardigan. He was handsome, looked to be in his 40s. He wore the same dark circular sunglasses as his security did. He extends a hand to help Gail up. She accepts his gesture, and the blue tarp loudly crinkles as she stands. The first thing Gail asked Elijah is, "Are you going to murder me?" To her relief, he says no. Her next question is if the doctor setup was a kink and if she's playing the nurse or patient. Elijah casted her as the patient in their little scenario they'd be playing that night. Gail's ushered to the gurney, and she approaches it with noticeable hesitation, but hops on. Elijah's quiet as he straps her arms down. Gail thinks it's weird his face hasn't changed expressions during this. He wasn't getting turned on by what was happening. His lack of enthusiasm started making her feel a little self-conscious. As crazy as this was, she would have much preferred a psychopath that was actually, into it. Elijah looked uninterested in Gail and mainly focused on plugging in medical equipment, tapping IV drips. Along with her arms and legs, her forehead was also strapped down tightly to the gurney bed. In situations like these, Gail was taught to never make the client feel bad and just be cool, unless it's a do-or-die situation. So Gail just smiles and says that she's just hoping that whatever he plans on them doing, they get it over quick. With her head strapped in, Gail's line of vision is basically straight up into the chandelier. She can hear Elijah quietly walking around her. Beside her, a bag is unzipped. Then, Elijah appears over her with a syringe. Seeing this in his hand, Gail starts sweating. She tries to hide the tremble in her voice as she lets out a playful laugh and asks, "What's the big needle for, Doc?" Elijah responds and finally tells her what exactly he had planned for the night. He tells Gail that the needles are to extract blood from the jugular vein in her neck. Tears grew in her eyes. Gail knew that she was completely helpless. "Why?" she asks. Elijah tells her, no more talking. It will wiggle the needle once it's in her throat. Then a poke of pain radiates into Gail's neck and down her shoulder. She can feel the needles gone under her skin, jabbed into her neck with lightning accuracy. A scream builds up in her chest, but Gail knows if she screams, the needle could possibly go deeper into her neck and do more damage. She didn't know what she was hooked up to. All she could see was the chandelier above her. A machine near her head starts beeping and buzzing. Gail can feel the blood being pulled from her veins. Her shoulder muscles begin to ache. Soon she starts to feel overwhelmingly woozy. Gail tells Elijah, "You're taking too much blood. Please, I think I'm dying." In her blurry vision, she can see Elijah appear over her again. He tells her she's not dying. He's not taking all of her blood. Through her growing headache, Gail can barely manage the pain. The straps make it impossible to squirm, and she's grinding her teeth until one of her molars breaks in her mouth. Eventually, it's all too much, and Gail blacks out. When she wakes up, her setting is completely different from what she remembered. She's disoriented, especially when she finds herself in a real bed this time, still in the suite at the Flamingo, now awake, lying in the bedroom. Gail was weak from the loss of blood, and she was shocked to see only an hour had passed since she'd arrived. Elijah was standing underneath the doorframe of the room, staring at Gail, waiting for her to wake up. Under the covers, she pats her body. Aside from her shoes being removed, she was fully clothed. The bed was comfortable and clean. Elijah, seeing that she's up, quickly leaves the doorway and returns with a platter in his hands. He tells Gail, "You're going to like this." The fog wears off and reality sets back in. Where she is, what's going on. Again, it brings her to tears. When Elijah approaches the bed with the platter, she can hear metal sliding around, echoing in the dome container. He sets the platter on her lap, removes the lid to show a plate with 3 large chocolate chip and banana pancakes. The metal that she heard clinking around was a fork and knife. Gail says that they were the best pancakes she's ever had. Elijah leaves her to eat alone in the bedroom. When she's done, Gail gets out of bed, still weak, but able to stand on her own without holding a wall. As Gail exits the bedroom, Elijah's nowhere to be found. She doesn't look around for him. Instead, she runs through the living room, avoiding the gurney and medical equipment that's still set up. When Gail gets to the entryway, she grabs her purse and runs out the suite doors. She didn't turn around until she reached the elevator, and when she did look to see if anyone was after her, she saw that the security guards were also vacant from the hallway. The elevator doors closed. Next time they opened was in the lobby of the Flamingo. As the doors slid aside, she was met with the noise and chatter of the gaming floor. She tried to walk with as much composure as she had, as to receive the least amount of attention as possible. There were no mirrors in the bedroom. She had no clue what her appearance was like as she re-entered the public. Getting outside, she hurried to the parking lot where her ride was waiting. When she got in, she locked the doors and broke down in tears again. The men in the car asked what happened, preparing to go back up there. Gail tells them everything that happened, including the pancakes. One of the men still thinks that Elijah needs to be threatened, but Travis, who's sitting next to Gail in the back seat, tells the men to shut up. Then he tells the other man to drive. During the drive home, Gail feels a hole in her neck. It's tender to the touch. She asks Travis who those people were at the Flamingo, showing him the puncture wound. Everyone's quiet in the truck as they listened for Travis to answer. He'd been the point of contact for this arrangement. Travis inhaled. He knew in the truck with him were 3 of his closest confidants. Not to sound crude, but to use proper terminology when I say Gail was Travis's bottom bitch, his main girl. He owed it to her to tell the truth. Travis starts by explaining how he met the German client selling guns. Elijah contacted him later, telling Travis that he was coming to the States for a few days to personally pick up the guns, along with a leisure visit to gamble. He then makes one more request of Travis before disconnecting the call, asking Travis if any of his escorts have clean blood, and that he'll pay high dollar for one. Needless to say, Travis is a bit taken aback by the question. Elijah can sense it on the phone, and he quickly follows it up by saying, "I'm not going to kill the girl. I'm not a sadist. Warm blood is a refreshing change from the sealed packs they bring while traveling." The man in the front passenger seat asks, "What does that mean?" And Travis says, "Elijah drinks the blood." Gail asks why, and he says he doesn't know. All he knows is that he was paying over $1,000 for a pint of her blood. He looks at Gail, and trying to be sweet, he says, "I didn't know anything else other than you were going to be okay in the end, and that's what's the most important part." Sure, Travis, sure. Well, fast forward to the present or later. A month after the Flamingo, Gail relapses, gets picked up by the cops, turns informant, and sends a couple members of the biker gang to jail. Then she moves to where she is now, far, far away from Las Vegas.
This happened to me January 2015. I didn't even know what a black-eyed kid was at the time. I'd always been a night owl, into playing video games, surfing the net, and reading books well into the night. At the time, we were living in a 3-plex condo in the center unit. All of them were 2-story, a few miles outside of town, and sheltered in isolation just off an old highway. So, it would have been really difficult for somebody to walk that far down to our development and know whose porch to approach. It was about 2 a.m. It'd been storming big time on the Oregon coast that night. The winds whipping through the area, and we'd had sideways rain going on for days. I was sitting in my room with a little stained glass lamp on, and that wasn't much brighter than a nightlight. I was also burning a candle. The house was perfectly quiet and appeared to be asleep, except for me. That's when I began to hear our front screen door creaking. It sounded like it was being slowly and carefully opened. Whoever was out there at that time of night, in those conditions, seemed to know about the squeaky door and was trying to open it as quickly as possible, about an inch at a time. I kept listening for the sound, making sure it wasn't the wind, but I kept hearing a little hinge creak and then another creak until it was obvious that it was very deliberate. Whoever was doing this knew exactly what they were doing, and for whatever reason, chose not to ring the illuminated doorbell right next to the front door. All of this was going through my mind in rapid, terrifying detail, freaking me out to the real threat that I was about to be confronted by a very bold intruder. I breezed around the corner of my room, which was on the bottom floor, closest to the front porch, and I made my way towards the door. I didn't know what to expect, but I knew somebody was definitely out there. My husband at the time was sleeping upstairs, probably passed out cold. He was a doctor who was always on call, kept long hours, so I hesitated to wake him or get the police involved until I knew for sure what to report. I stood silently in front of the door, armed with my phone and a baseball bat, waiting to see what, if anything, would happen next. Roughly 2 minutes later, I saw the front doorknob being turned slowly, like someone was trying to manipulate the door open. It was locked, but since whoever was out there had taken the time to quietly get that far, I felt fairly confident that they were about to take it much further. The old front door we had at the time didn't have a peephole. It just had this little bit of glass over the top of it that only a 7-foot-tall person could see through. My only alternative was to look through a side 3-foot-long by 6-inch narrow window, just adjacent to the door. I kept the lights off and slowly tried to move the little curtain, just enough to peek out onto the porch. As soon as I did, I was shocked to see a figure cloaked in a hoodie, staring straight back at me. I was overcome with a feeling of dread and panic. At that point, I flipped on all the lights inside the house and yelled through the front door, "Who are you? What do you want?" There was no answer. I repeated myself and asked, "Are you injured, or is there someone I can call for you?" By then, it was at least 2:30 in the morning. There was still no response, so I ran around quickly and made sure the windows and back doors were locked. I also went to the top of the stairs to look out the hallway window to the parking area. I wanted to see if there were any cars or
other figures hiding out in the darkness. I couldn't see anything unusual anywhere. I ran back down to the front door and yelled, "I'm calling the police now." Finally, I heard what sounded like a woman in a monotone voice say, "I need you to open the door and let me in." I was dumbfounded and choking on fear, but I asked her why, what was wrong, and if she needed me to make a call for her. I asked if she was hurt, but I got no reply. So I informed her that my husband was home and sleeping upstairs. I told her I would wake him up and started yelling for him. She interrupts my shouts with a cryptic, robotic reply. "I'm not hurt. I need to come inside. I have something to give you." I was flipping out of my mind by now, but I pulled the curtains all the way back on the side window, turned on the front porch light, and asked her to show me through the glass. She turned around and I could see that she was holding this perfectly groomed, long-haired Pomeranian. It was wearing some gold medallion collar, a fancy one that had the dog's name engraved on the front. Even through the glass, I could see that the address wasn't mine. She must have known that. At that point, she said to me, "I'm here to give you back your dog. Let me in. I'll give him back to you." I snapped back. "That's not my dog, lady. Look at his collar. My dog's right here." And both of them were sitting right beside me, standing guard, but keeping strangely silent. She said again in her creepy way, "I just want to give you your dog back." It felt like I was in the Twilight Zone on steroids. I said, "Look at the dog's tag. Where did you find this dog? Look at the address. It's not my dog, but I'll make a phone call to its rightful owner if you tell me the number on the tag." I was becoming more concerned about the dog, being a devoted dog lover, and the fact that this disturbing person wasn't actually its owner. She didn't move, and I noticed the dog she was carrying was being unusually still as well. It wasn't acting upset, anxious, trying to get away from her. It didn't make sense. It was the most peculiar situation I'd ever seen, but the feeling was ominous and dark. I started looking carefully at this woman so that I could give the details to police, in case she took off with the dog. I could see that she was a thin, younger woman, possibly a late teenage girl. She had straight, dark hair, covered by a red hoodie she was wearing, and a pair of dark jeans. It was impossible to see her eyes. I reached into a nearby coat closet for a flashlight. Just then she said, "If you would just open the door and take a look at the dog to make sure it's not yours, I'll leave." I grabbed a knife from the kitchen, held my phone tightly, and walked towards the door. My dogs never moved. I figured I'd take a close look and slam the door if I had to. I figured if she was unarmed, I might have a chance of grabbing the dog and getting it to its rightful owner. So I said to her, "I've got my phone. I'm ready to call the police if you try anything. Can you just step back from the door and I'll take a look at the dog?" I pulled the front door open slowly and took a long, careful look. The dog appeared to be exceptional and perfect, like it had just come from winning a prize at the AKC dog show. It was obviously someone's prized pet, not just a stray that she'd found, or one that I'd seen around before. I told her it wasn't mine, again. As I did, she took one step towards the door, and I noticed she was holding something in her left hand behind her back, while her other hand was supporting the weight of the dog. She kept looking down at her feet and remained silent. I asked her to put the dog down. As I said that, she glanced back towards the road in the parking area, but I didn't see anyone or any cars there. I asked her again to put the dog down and to leave the front porch area. I said I would let the dog in as soon as she did, and then I'd get it back to its rightful owner. At that point, she looked up at me and seemed to stare right through me with her cold, dead, penetrating eyes.
I've never seen anything more bizarre in my life. Her eyes were jet black, her hollow stare fixated on me, like I was being examined or called to some kind of challenge. My hands were trembling, and it was all I could do not to throw up. She didn't seem drunk or on drugs of any kind. She seemed surreal, and in my mind, I kept thinking of the Grim Reaper. I was hearing the words to the Lord's Prayer and struggling not to make eye contact with her. There was something very unnatural and menacing about her eyes, her intensity and her odd, calculated, cold behavior. I couldn't figure it out. I shut the door and started screaming for my husband to come downstairs. He finally came down. I yelled to him, "Hurry! There's somebody standing on the front porch. She's got someone else's dog, keeps saying it's mine. I think she's carrying something behind her back. There's something very wrong with her. Be careful." I called 911 as he opened the front door, but she was already gone. There was no sign of her anywhere. We even got in the car and drove around. The police couldn't find her either, and they couldn't find any reports on a missing woman or a missing dog anywhere in the state. The incident haunted me, so I decided to research lost pets with the description. Any reports of women or girls like her in the area that might have been reported or listed nationwide, but I couldn't find anything. Curiously, the only thing that kept coming up was a new sighting of the so-called black-eyed kids in the Portland, Oregon, or northern coastal area where I was living at the time. I'd never heard of anything like that. But when I saw the pictures that other people had posted, read some of the stories, similar reports, my heart froze. She looked exactly like that. The eyes, especially. I don't know what else I could tell you, but I'll never forget it. I'm not sure what her purpose was, though. But I feel like she targeted me because of the fact that I was isolated, known for having my dogs with me everywhere. I would do anything to protect a dog or a helpless animal. Somehow I think she knew that. But it'll always be a creepy mystery. The kids of the 90s were a special bunch. We were right at the cusp of when everything became banned and rules in schools changed. I'm not in any way saying that this is a bad thing. I remember my kindergarten teacher smoking on field trips. I also had the opportunity to grow up in a very small town. The kind of town that just felt smaller after leaving. A true stereotypical town where every teacher gives the athletes a bunch of extra credit work, the same extra credit work, so that they can keep turning it in over and over to legitimize their passing grade in the class. I was kind of a bully, sad to say, and I know I hurt a lot of feelings. I did say stereotypical, right? Well, since high school, I've grown from my bully ways, and I understand why I was the way I was. I'm a spiritually better person since moving away from my small town, but some of the shit that we used to get away with was wild. Though this story isn't exactly something we got away with, at least not me. This incident actually got a lot of people in trouble. Should have been way more trouble than what actually occurred, but I digress. Here we go. Some crazy shit I saw in high school back in the 90s. Our school had 2 floors. Floor 1 had a gym, commons, library. It also held the 9th and 10th grade classrooms. Upstairs held the 11th and 12th grade classrooms. These floors are connected by a handicap elevator that one exceptionally unhealthy teacher used, along with a tall set of wide concrete steps. It's technically 2 flights of steps to get to the 2nd floor. It's a tall climb that I would make multiple times every day. The 2nd floor is basically a long hallway, with classrooms and lockers on either side. At the end of the hallway is a glass exit door, and the other end is a large open space that overlooks the 1st floor commons area. Homecoming night. I'm part of the homecoming royalty. The night of our home game, we're supposed to walk out on the field during halftime
where they reveal the king and the queen. They're crowned, then we have to run off the muddy field in our nice suits and dresses, while the visiting team begins to run out onto the field and begin to warm up for the second part of the game. I wasn't voted queen, but my best friend Nikki was, and that means our group's party still got the royal treatment on dance night. 6 coupons for Red Lobster, and a limo to take us from there to the dance. Trust me, for the time, this was epic. Our inflated sense of selves arrived at the dance, thinking we were movie stars or something, hopping out of the only stretch limousine the town had ever seen. The dance was at our school gym, so looking back, it makes me laugh how epic we thought all of this was. Well, that's the innocent stuff. Most of the night we were able to hang out behind the scenes in the commons area. It wouldn't be until later that we'd be walked on stage and do some grand gesture. Another thing we inflated into oblivion. Egos were at full capacity that night. But before all of that, before the grand royal entrance, all of us were hanging out unsupervised in our designated back area. Some of the boys were throwing a football up and down the second floor balcony. Every so often we'd peek out at the crowd and laugh at all of the other kids having a good time. Because mean. In reality, they were actually doing what they wanted to, whereas I got to see 2 meatheads throw a football at each other. When I heard Spice Girls come on, Nikki and I joked, pretending to know and lip-sync all of the lyrics and dance moves from the music video. Then in runs a freshman that's also on the football team, but not on homecoming court. He was sent to tell us all that we need to be ready on floor 1 in 10 minutes. He announces to the group, and the homecoming king, a slightly not sober one, I might add, looks over the banister and tells the kid to come upstairs. The kid does so, running up the tall flights of stairs to reach His Majesty. When he gets to the top, he walks over to where Nate's standing. Then Nate points a finger in the kid's direction, and he says, "Freshmen, do a dance for our enjoyment." He starts moving around along with the beat of the music through the wall. After a minute, Nate tells him to stop and face the people below. The freshman turns and looks down to us lounging in the first floor commons. We all jokingly boo the kid. Then Nate comes up behind the kid and grabs him off of his feet, holding him like a baby, and then lifting him over the railing of the balcony. Below, we all think it's the funniest thing ever. None of our combined teen brains could predict whatever could possibly happen. Then, my stomach dropped when the kid's awkward laughing changed to screams for Nate to stop and begging him to be set back down. As Nate holds the struggling freshman over the railing, he calls out to the crowd, asks if the kid's dance moves appeased us. There's a mixture of laughter and thumbs down being thrown in their direction. He tells the freshman, "Well, you heard him." Then he acts like he's going to toss the kid off. This joking jiggle makes the kid squirm so fierce, he actually managed to push himself from Nate's arms while he was still suspended in the air. Nate drops the freshman, and all of us watch in shock as he drops. His legs hit the trophy case, and he spun like a helicopter landing on the ground with a loud smack bounce. The freshman's arm stiffened out in front of him, then he went limp on the ground. By now, I was in a full-blown panic. Everything happened so fast, I couldn't believe we'd just seen that. My first thought was to grab an adult, but as I see Nikki already en route, I decided to see if the kid was okay. Nate stays upstairs, looking down at what he'd just done. He keeps saying, "I didn't mean to drop him. It was an accident," over and over again. The kid was conscious, but I told him not to move. I wasn't sure if that was the right thing to do, but it's the only thing I'd ever seen any medical professional tell someone to do after a fall. Minutes after the kid's fall, teachers and chaperones are swarming the area, telling all of the kids to leave. There's an ambulance parked outside the gymnasium, and medics are running through the dance, bringing the rest of the evening's festivities to a halt. Literally, the least cool thing anyone could do, and we did it. We have to tell the medics and the principal what happened, and that night, police arrest Nate. He's out by the next day, and that Saturday morning, police were now at my door, taking me in for questioning. If the kid died, they had a murder case on their hands, and they were looking to wrap it up quickly. Homecoming King Nate told the police that I coerced him into putting the freshman in that predicament, giving the thumbs down and telling Nate, and I quote, "Drop him backwards." This obviously wasn't true. The other kids they interviewed also had stories in line with mine. But Nate was our big football star. He had a game the next week and scholarships to any college he wanted. The staff couldn't very well let him go out like this. When a few of the faculty that were chaperoning the dance were interviewed, it was mentioned that I was a troublemaker and a bully. Nate had been manipulated into fulfilling my orders to drop the child for my sadistic enjoyment. It was absolutely fucked what they pulled on me. Nate was able to walk away from this with his reputation squeaky clean. The kid survived, and it was all ruled an accident in the final report. But I was thrown to the wolves so that freshman's parents wouldn't go after the school any further. They wanted blood for their child, and I was chosen for the chopping block. I wasn't allowed to attend my graduation, and with bullying and hazing on my records, the few colleges I had wanted to attend all turned down my letters of interest I'd written in hopes they'd overlook those red-inked words. One college, last on my list, and probably last on a bunch of lists. They let me in, but the sororities saw me as a risky pledge, and I had to live in a dorm the year and a half I attended. Here I am in my 40s, and still a bit bitter about Nate, but I do have a bit of knowledge that allowed me to accept the balance of the world and move on. Plus, I got myself a whole new group of friends, a whole new outlook on life after this whole thing happened. I was determined to be nothing like I was, and to make sure the company I keep reflects my own values, and so on. That's what growing up is about. It's just that hopefully you learn it without seriously injuring another human. Also, I'm not proud this makes me smile because I'm not a sociopath, but Nate's sophomore year of college, he blew out his knee in the first game of the season. Did it change my situation? Not in any way. Did it change Nate's? Yeah. And somehow, some way, my injustice was righted. Hakuna Matata, but only after revenge. I'm a real estate agent, female, 42. I've been selling houses for over 6 years. Working in the industry long enough, it was only a matter of time that I'd come across one of those hard-to-sell houses. The previous realtor that had this house sold its listing at an auction the agency had at the end of every month. It was on the table for cheap. I thought I was going to be able to turn an easy profit depending on how well I worked the sale. The next afternoon, me and my husband went to check out the property in person. I always brought my husband Sean to inspect new properties. We've had to toss out a lot of squatters, especially when the seasons change. We regularly check the vacant properties just to make sure no funny business is going on before we sell the house. When I get a new property, I like to introduce myself to the neighbors. I give them my agency number and tell them to call me if they see anybody entering the premises. A house that sells well for us also increases the property value of the homes around it. 100% of the time, the spiel always made the homeowner feel proud of the home that they have and happy to help enrich its potential growth. And in the future, if they ever planned on selling their home, they'd already have our number. It's a win for them and a win-win for us. But when we pulled into the creepy little stretch of neighborhood, the pictures that were shown at auction had to have been shot at a precise, perfect angle on the best day of summer, because what we pulled up to looked nothing like the picture. It felt like the house was frowning when we arrived. I worried, even if I picked the litter out of the trees and slapped a fresh coat of paint on the dump. Is the house too old to realistically compete with the younger, less ran-through houses around? New families weren't looking to move into dumps back in 2003, a little over 2 decades ago. It wasn't like it was today. If you're 30 or under, take a second to look around you right now. It's a dump, isn't it? It's not your fault. Nowadays, the house that I'm talking about is selling for close to $1 million. It didn't used to be like that. Growth by proxy. The town around it grew into a city, turning that dump into a highly sought-after suburban home just outside the metropolitan area. But this is in the past. I'm in 1999 having an anxiety attack about the state of despair as Creed jams their final notes of With Arms Wide Open and Sean plays air drums. Only when the song ends were we allowed to exit the vehicle. And that's when I was able to really see the seemingly overwhelming goal I'd set for myself. After a quick walk around the outside of the house, we walked across the street to meet the neighbors and do our little spiel. That house looked equal to, if not worse, than the house we were selling. I had no clue what I was going to say if they answered the door. We were halfway up the broken driveway when the front door swings open, and we saw an old woman holding a gun bigger than herself. She yelled at us to read the sign. With our hands held up, Sean and I look around for a sign that we must have missed. The woman shouts, "It says no soliciting or die." I tell her we're not solicitors and go into my spiel. The woman would meet us out at her fence and apologize for threatening us with her rifle. She ended up telling us that she had seen people in the home, lights on at nighttime. Sometimes it looked like there were fires inside, but she never saw anyone leave. In addition to this, she's also seen a cloaked figure running around on the roof. We thanked her for her time, and Sean popped the trunk of the car to retrieve our squatter repellent bag. There was a brick walkway that led to the front door. I put the key in, but the door just opened because it was already unlocked. That's never a good sign when entering a new property, and it didn't help that the neighbor had us thinking this place was going to be a hellhole upon entering. Sean pulled me back and took the lead inside with our repellent tightly in hand. We were astonished to see that the house looked clean and fully furnished. All of the furniture and appliances were covered in dust. If the outside looked half as put together as the inside, I might have felt a little more ambitious. But I still couldn't get over that the previous owners managed to maintain the interior so well, but let their immediate outside stay in such shambles. Sean and I walk from room to room at a level 10 of intensity and find the house to be empty. In the process, we were able to fully see how well this home had been preserved. It looked like the family could have walked right through the doors at any moment, but apparently they hadn't done that in quite some time. It was eerie. I didn't know the history past the bank's proprietor purchase, but from the photos still hanging on the walls, it looked like a family had lived there. Mother, father, and a daughter. On the ground in the daughter's room, there was an open coloring book with crayons still laying next to it. The page was unfinished, never being returned to. What would have made the family just stand up and go like that? It's boggled my mind ever since, trying to fathom the possibilities. The living room was spacious with a fireplace. That's where Sean and I were standing together compiling a list of things that needed to be done, and we heard a voice ask, "Is anyone there?" Sean, still holding the repellent, says, "Hello?" The voice again asks, "Is anyone there?" Then he adds that he's stuck, but stops replying after that. Sean and I are looking up and down for where this voice could possibly be coming from. We both notice the page has changed in the coloring book, but we don't comment on that until we're gone. After another full ring around the house, we meet back in the living room, and Sean points to the chimney, suggesting that we check there for one last effort. Sean gets on his back with a broom and shimmies it up. Soot plumes down, then a shoe, and then a leg bone. The sight was absolutely horrific. I'd never seen anything like that in real life, and yet I knew exactly what had just fallen onto Sean's face. The bone was heavy enough to split open his forehead when it hit him. It was terrifying when he started screaming because it echoed up the chimney chute. I took him to the hospital, and we reported it to the authorities. Not only did they have to break apart the chimney to retrieve the remains, the firefighters let the chimney fall completely forward through the roof, damaging the structure and making it unlivable. It was a wash. And no pun intended, but with it, all my hopes came crumbling down. It was ridiculous and scary, a scary that you don't really think about until you rethink about it. I don't know if Sean saw this. Could never really bring myself to ask him. But before the whole skeleton thing, I saw 2 red eyes glowing in the bathroom. I thought it was an electrical plug, but when we went in and flipped on the lights, nothing resembled what I saw in the hallway. There was a pretty cool rotary phone on the wall that I was going to take, but when Sean started bleeding all over the carpet, we had to leave fast. So, the next time you're in the market to purchase a home, you should ask your real estate agent if they've ever had to sell a haunted house. If they like you, you'll surely get at least one good story. This was mine free of charge, or better yet, first ones on the house.
This happened when I was in college, working for our campus newspaper. I wasn't anything special there, just one of the editors who stayed late more than I probably should have. It was a role that I started off thinking it'll be a few hours a week, and then suddenly I'm the person locking up at night because no one else wants to stay that late. Our office was in the oldest building on campus. It had been there long before anything else. What I can say is that it always felt colder than it should, no matter the time of year. There was a story about it, too. Everyone knew it, even if no one really talked about it seriously. During the Civil War, the building had been used as a hospital for Union soldiers. Temporarily, from what I understood, but long enough that a number of men died there. And supposedly, some of them just never left. I never really believed that. It's one of those things people said to make the place feel older than it already did, setting up spooky stories for an atmosphere that's just naturally perfect for spooky sounds. All in good fun, I assume. Easy to think until something happens to you. I was finishing up a layout in the media center, which sat toward the back of the building. It was one of the last rooms that you'd pass before the hallway turned toward a rear exit. By the time I wrapped up, it was pretty late, later than even I thought it was. It was quiet, but it usually is at night. I shut down my computer, packed my bag, grabbed my keys, but I felt that unshakable awareness suddenly that I wasn't alone. There wasn't a sound or footsteps, it was just a feeling. I told myself that it was nothing, that I'd just been there too long and I was tired. My brain was filling the silence in with something that it didn't need to. Still, I turned and looked toward the hallway. Empty. The lights were still on out there, casting that gold-yellow glow down the length of the corridor. No movement or shadows, but the feeling didn't go away. If anything, it got worse. More focused. I decided that I didn't want to leave alone. I grabbed my phone and called campus security. I tried to sound as normal as possible, like I was just being cautious because it was late. The officer on the other end didn't question it, just said that he'd head over to meet me at the parking lot entrance. That made me feel a little bit better. At least I had somewhere to go. I slung my bag over my shoulder, grabbed my keys, and headed toward the door. There were 2 exits from the media center. One led directly into the main hallway. The other cut through a smaller side corridor that connected to the same place, just a few feet down. I don't know why, but I hesitated before choosing, like it mattered, like one of them was wrong. I shook it off and walked toward the closer door, the one that opened directly into the hallway. There was a small window in it, just enough to see out before you step through. I reached for the handle, and I saw a man. He was close enough that if I had opened the door, I would have been face to face with him. He was just staring straight at me through the glass. He was dressed in something old, not a costume, just old. A dark coat, and on his head a blue cap, flat, slightly rounded, sitting low. I didn't really know what it was at the time, not really. I thought I was seeing a man, but I remember thinking it wasn't quite a man. Familiar in a way I couldn't place, but not right. What I did notice, what I took away, was his eyes. They started normal, but they became black. Not dark colored, just black. Like there was nothing behind them. I remember freezing, not opening the door. It's hard to say how long I stood there like that, how long we stood there. Me on one side of the door, him on the other. He never reacted. He didn't blink or move, just watched or stared. Something about that, the way that he was standing there, like he'd been there before I even got to the door. I suddenly realized that he wasn't passing by or lost. He wasn't even there in the same way that a normal person would be there. I decided I didn't want to disrupt whatever was happening there, but I needed to move. I decided to back away, slowly at first, but then faster, turning and heading for the other exit. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see if he had moved or if he was still there. I just went. Out the corridor, into the main hall, and straight toward the rear exit that led to the parking lot. The whole time, I felt it again. That same awareness, but now it wasn't just that I wasn't alone. It was that something knew exactly where I was, or was possibly aware of me. I pushed through the door, and I stepped outside. The cold air was nice. For a second, everything felt normal. Like I had just imagined the entire thing. The officer was already pulling up when I got there. He stepped out of the car, took one look at me and asked if I was okay, wondering if I was going to be sick. I must have looked pale. I don't know what came over me, but I told him what I saw. I tried to explain it as clearly as I could, where the man was in the building, what he was wearing, the way he looked at me. When I mentioned the cap, he paused, just slightly. He told me that he would definitely go in and check it out before we went back. But he wanted me to know that I wasn't the first one to report exactly that. I just stared at him, but he went on, like it was just information he'd given out before. Said to be one of the soldiers, he said to me, from when this place was used as a hospital. He glanced back toward the building and then added almost casually, he likes to walk. I asked him, what? And he said, people see him going up and down the sidewalk out front, like he's still on watch or marching. I didn't spend as many late nights in that building, not after that. I wasn't exactly afraid, but it was uneasy. Who likes to work under those conditions? I was definitely never alone. I stopped laughing off the stories after that too, just agreeing with them instead. Because seeing as security never found anybody in the building, I guess what I saw wasn't just passing through. It was exactly where it was supposed to be and had been seen many times before. But I can't shake the feeling that if I'd opened that door, it wouldn't have moved. It would have just been there. He would have been there. And what would have happened? I don't know. But I was certainly too chicken to ever find out. son Leo is only about 18 months old, which means our apartment looks like a primary colored bomb went off in it. We have all the latest and greatest noise-making, light-flashing, battery-draining plastic contraptions you can imagine. But his favorite toy, the one he drags around everywhere and won't sleep without, isn't any of those. It's a little scarecrow doll I found at a dusty antique mall upstate. It's made of burlap with mismatched buttons for eyes and a crudely stitched-on red yarn smile. When I first bought it, I had my mom make some adjustments, tightening the buttons, making it baby-proof, essentially. It's wearing a tiny flannel shirt that has straw sticking out of its cuffs. In its chest, there's one of those old-school squeeze boxes that's supposed to play a tune. The tag said that it was broken, but I didn't care. There was something folksy and charming about it. Leo loved him instantly, and I've named him Patchy. It's caught on. For the first month, everything was perfectly normal. Patchy was just part of the scenery, usually clutched in Leo's little fists. Then I started to hear the music. The first time, I was in the kitchen washing bottles. The baby monitor was on the counter, and I heard a few faint, distorted notes coming through the static. It sounded like a music box, but slow and off-key, like the batteries were dying. I figured it was just interference, maybe picking up a neighbor's crib mobile, but I didn't think much of it. I thought more of it about a week later, and it happened again. Leo was in his playpen and I was on the couch, half asleep. I heard it clearly this time, coming from the playpen. It was the melody to "You Are My Sunshine," but it was deeper and guttural, like a man humming the tune through a kazoo. It lasted for maybe 5 seconds and then stopped. I sat bolt upright. Leo was just chewing on his teething ring, not paying any attention. Patchy was lying on his back at the other end of the playpen. I picked the doll up and squeezed the chest. Nothing. Shook it around. It was just dead. There's a muffled thump from the device itself. I was so sleep-deprived, I convinced myself that I'd dreamed the music. But the real shift happened last week. Leo started saying a new phrase. He'd stand up at the window, point to the small patch of woods behind our apartment complex and say, clear as day, "Patchy, in the trees." He'd repeat it over and over. "Patchy in the trees, Patchy in the trees." My wife and I thought that it was cute, but weird, just random toddler speak. But then he started getting scared at night. He'd wake up screaming, pointing at the corner of his room where his toy box was. He'd only calm down if we took Patchy out of the room. This went on for 3 nights in a row. On the 4th night, I was woken up around 3 a.m. by the same distorted music. It wasn't coming through the monitor, though. It was coming from down the hall. It was coming from Leo's room, but it wasn't coming through the monitor. It was the full melody of "You Are My Sunshine," slow and dragging, in that same awful deep tone. It sounded like it was being played on a warped record. I flew out of bed and I burst into his room. The first thing I noticed was the chill. The window was wide open, the screen pushed out and hanging crookedly from one corner. Leo was standing up in his crib, sobbing and pointing. He was pointing at the windowsill. Before I could question why I hadn't heard Leo's screams through the monitor, I was looking at the windowsill, and Patchy was sitting there, perched on the edge, its little button eyes facing out into the darkness of the woods behind our building. One of its burlap legs was dangling over the 3-story drop to the ground. I grabbed Leo, but I just stared. The doll wasn't moving, but it felt aware, like I'd interrupted something. The distorted music finally wheezed to a stop. I snatched the doll off the windowsill, slammed the window shut, and took Leo into our room for the rest of the night. The next morning, I took Patchy, put him in a garbage bag, tied it shut, drove 10 miles to a public dumpster behind a strip mall, and buried him under a pile of garbage. I still have no idea what was happening here, obviously. But when Leo says, "Patchy in the trees, now," it doesn't sound cute. It sounds like a memory. And I can't shake the terrifying question that keeps me up at night. Was the doll trying to get out? Or was it trying to let something in? I'd really like to believe that getting rid of the doll was the right move. So, that's what I choose to believe. The worst summer job I ever had wasn't really the worst job ever, but one isolated incident kept these feelings resonating through the years. When I saw this question, I knew I had to answer. I was a summer camp youth club leader at the YMCA for 1 year. I'd already been working for the Y, but that was the first year they'd asked me to be a camp counselor for 2 weeks in July. Usually it would be my lead that attended these trips, but she was just about to give birth or had just given birth. Either or, I was next in line. It was extra money, and a month before I got that offer, my boyfriend at the time cheated on me with my friend at the time, Carrie Bernadette McLennan. That snake bitch ruined my summer schedule indefinitely. Yet another big incentive to get away for a few weeks. Sure, I'd be watching over some kids, but what's the worst that could happen? The morning arrives and me and the other camp leads are supposed to show up early for an orientation. Then the kids would arrive shortly after. Each lead receives 5 kids for their troop. I wish that I could say I remember all the kids' names that I had in my troop. I know there was a Tabitha because we called her Tabby Cat, but out of the girls I had, the only name I distinctly remember, and will always remember for the rest of my life, was Beth. But why Beth? Here's why Beth. And this shit literally started on the first day. Well, night, because that's when she started scaring the girls. I don't know if it was even a full moon that night, but Beth kept telling everyone that something changes in her during a full moon. Once her parents had found her on the front lawn with bloodied clothing after a full moon. Dumb shit like that. A few of these girls were churchgoers, so Beth's demonic claims were really getting to them. Oh yeah, Beth told them that she could talk to the devil before the full moon thing. The cabin, all 6 of us shared, was built like a miniature log cabin. Inside each wall, aside from the entrance, had 2 slabs of woods on it, resembling bunk beds. The first thing everyone did was pick their bunks and set their sleeping bags on them. I, of course, had to be above Beth, as the other 4 girls had linked up immediately as bunkmates. The camp cabins are relatively spread apart from each other. Each cabin has a small trail that joins into a larger central pathway. Depending on which way you took, it would lead you to either the food hall or the art center. Or swimming, archery, and the rec, that was going left and right, but on the other side of the pathway. Like, if you were to keep walking straight out of the cabin, you'd find yourself at a huge lake with docks and kayaks. The cabin my troop stayed in had a beautiful view of the lake, and my bunk had a perfectly unobstructed view of it through one of the small windows. But that means so did Beth. Still, the same first night, I'm falling asleep and I can hear the girls all chatting below me. Their conversations make me squirm in my sleeping bag, thinking about being so cringy at that age, and if I wasn't already slightly disturbed by their bursts of laughter and whispers, Beth had to make shit weird again. From below me, I can hear her get way louder than the other girls' whisper squeaks. She goes, "There's someone floating above the lake. No, look, there's really someone out there." I'm turned facing the wall, and I can hear the girls slowly grow quiet. None of them move, though. They're all apprehensive to leave the warmth of their bunks on the possibility of being fooled by one of Beth's crazy claims. For me, though, all I had to do was turn over. So I did. I'm looking about 120 yards from our window to the water, and suddenly I felt that impending sense of doom, that deep fight or flight fear. Beth wasn't lying. I saw a man suspended just above the water of the lake. If he was in the water, I would have thought that he'd drown, but he was floating above the water. His shadow, it was visible on the calm waves under him. One of the girls eventually gets up to look. She sees it too, and calls for the other girls to come to the window. They all press against it, looking at this anomaly. This blocks my view of the lake, but almost right after they all gather at the window, they all begin to scream and run back to their beds. Pretending I'm asleep, I can hear them all talking back and forth about how a blue light came up from the lake and pulled the man down into the lake. They argued if they saw a tentacle reach through the blue beam of the light to grab the man. One of the girls was quietly sobbing, and I fell asleep to Beth's voice repeating, "See, I told you so." The next day, I'm shocked that none of the girls are bringing it up to me. Like, none of the girls tried to tell me what happened the previous night. I couldn't tell them I was fake sleeping to ignore their cries of terror, so I just left it alone too. But me and 5 tiny witnesses did see something. So, what was it? I work at a preschool that's in a very old Catholic school building. We're not a Catholic school or affiliated with the church at all. We just rent the building from the church. But we are on the church grounds and right next door to a cemetery. It's still a functioning cemetery, but it dates back to the early 1800s. So anyway, in the 1950s, the school building was the Catholic school. It's a fairly small building with a large gymnasium. It has a stage for performances and other things. And during the 50s, an 8-year-old girl suffered a brain aneurysm in the parking lot and died on the spot. She's buried in the cemetery next door. She's one of the ghosts that's there, and we call her Mary. Now, every person that I know that's ever worked here has had some sort of experience with at least one of the spirits, but it's mainly Mary. A few years back, when we did bus service for the kids, we had a lady bus driver. Once she would get to the school and the kids would go to class, she'd go into the break room, read the newspaper, and have breakfast. One day, she came out of the break room and something caught her eye, so she turned to look. And sitting on a low shelf in the hallway was a girl with a long, light-colored dress on and long hair, and she suddenly vanished. This particular woman was so moved by seeing a spirit that she instantly called her mother to tell her that she saw her guardian angel that day. I've personally had toys move around the room during nap time. I've heard kids running around and laughing on the stage when the gym is dark and the stage curtains are drawn. One time when I was the opener and was there at 6:30 a.m. with 3 kids for the day, I had the kids with me in the office to make coloring page copies. I heard footsteps with keys jingling coming down the hallway. I poked my head out to see if someone was coming into the building, but no one was there. I could clearly hear the steps and the jingling get closer, then go past the doorway of the office, and then they would just stop in front of the janitor closet. About 6 months before this happened, the janitor of the school who had worked there for over 15 years had passed away. I like to think it was them, just there to do their job like they always did. I've counted extra feet in bathroom stalls when counting the kids. Other ladies have seen a girl spinning in circles, singing in a room that no one was in, and the lights were off. One time, another lady was opening for the day, and she'd just gotten to the school. It was winter, so it was still pretty dark at 6:15. She got into the building, and she started opening the classroom up when she heard a loud noise coming from the office.
like someone knocked something over. So she went into the class, locked the door, called the director, who told her to get out of the building and call the police. So that's what she did. The police came, go into the office, do a full sweep of the school, and they confirm there's no one in the building. But they ask her to come into the office. When she gets to the office, there's paperwork, books, folders, everything, all over the place. She said it looked like someone had gone in there and just threw everything from the desk all over. No one could understand what had happened. Another time, we had a tornado actually touch down on the roof of the school, tearing that section of the roof clean off. No one was hurt. Everyone in the school was able to get to safety before it touched. For a solid week prior to this happening, the director kept seeing the old father of the church, who'd passed away years ago, all over the school. Once the tornado hit, she said she believed that he was coming there to warn everyone of the upcoming events and trying to protect his school. At my school, we've watched kids play and speak to someone or something that isn't there. One time, a girl around 4 years old played and pretended to feed someone who wasn't there, holding a full conversation by herself, and during it, she kept looking up at the ceiling and then back down in front of her. It went on for a good 30 minutes. When we asked her who she was playing with, she just said totally normal and pointed. My friend. Most recently in my room, I have a special needs kid who's mostly nonverbal. He does speak, but not too much unless he really wants to. The other day, we had the door to the classroom open, and he kept walking in front of it and stopping to look out at something. So I asked him, "Hey buddy, what are you looking at out there?" He turns to me and says, clear as day, "There's a ghost right there, and it's scary." I asked him, "Where did you see the ghost?" He says, "Out there, on the ceiling." Everyone who works there knows of the spirits who stay there, and they've all said that it's never been scary. A little spooky sometimes, but never scary. You just learn to work with them and around them if need be. And if I ever open or close the building, I'm always sure to say hello to them when I walk in and goodbye when I leave. I grew up in a small town in northern Minnesota, the kind of place where the woods start right at the edge of your backyard and stretch on forever. My family wasn't big on technology, so my childhood was mostly spent outside, building forts, climbing trees, and running wild until the sun went down. I was about 10 when my dad decided I was old enough for my first solo camping trip. Not far, just past the creek behind our house, maybe a mile or two in. I'd camped plenty of times before with him and my older brothers, but this was a test, a way to prove I could handle myself. He helped me pack a small tent, a sleeping bag, and just enough food for a night. I wasn't scared. If anything, I was excited. I remember hiking in with no trouble, picking a spot in a small clearing surrounded by tall pines. The trees were thick enough to block most of the sky, but there was still enough moonlight filtering through that I could see without a flashlight. I set up camp, ate a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and crawled into my sleeping bag feeling pretty proud of myself. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. Not to a sound exactly, more like the absence of sound. The woods are never quiet, not even at night. There's always crickets, owls, rustling of leaves in the wind, but when I opened my eyes, it was dead silent. But then I heard something. I heard someone breathing. It creeped me out because it didn't sound particularly close, but it wasn't far away either. Why could I hear it? Somewhere in the trees, just beyond my line of sight, was something making slow, deliberate inhales and exhales, like whatever it was wanted to be heard. My first thought was a bear. My dad had told me what to do in that situation. Stay still, don't make sudden movements, let it pass. But then, between those heavy breaths, I heard something else. A voice. It was quiet. Almost a whisper, but clear enough that I could make out the words. I see you. Every hair on my body stood up. I don't know how long I lay there, barely breathing, trying to convince myself I'd imagined it. I told myself it's gotta be the wind, maybe even a dream, so I pinched myself. But then, just as I started to believe it could be a dream, the voice came again, closer. Come out now. I shot up, heart pounding so hard I thought that I might shake the tent. I wanted to run, but every part of me screamed, don't move. The zipper on my tent was just inches away, but I couldn't bring myself to reach for it. Then the breathing stopped, and the forest came back to life. Crickets, wind, the distant hoot of an owl, like someone had just flipped a switch. I sat there, frozen, until the first hint of dawn crept through the trees. Only then did I finally gather the courage to unzip the tent and step outside. Nothing was there. No footprints, no broken branches, just the woods, looking the same as they always had. I packed up my things and hiked back home without stopping once. My dad asked how it went. I told him it was fine. I asked him if he'd paid me a visit. He looked at me, confused. I never mentioned the voice. I still don't know what I heard that night. I have spent plenty of time in the woods since then, but I've never camped alone again. Sometimes even now, when I wake up in the middle of the night, if it's silent, it's eerie to me. I need noise. I just think about the slow, deliberate breathing just outside my tent. I would call it intuition more than a premonition. I feel as if this story qualifies, though, as eerie. 2 years ago, I was tired from working late the night before, so I ordered some delivery for lunch. I live in San Diego, and it was a gorgeous day. I decided to open the front door while I waited for the delivery driver. There's a deadbolt security door in addition to the front door. The second I opened the door, I heard it. Inside of my head was an absolutely authoritative message. Close the door. So I did. I didn't hesitate. I didn't contemplate. I closed the door. The doorknob was still in my hand. I don't mean to convey that I heard a voice. A more accurate description is that it was a communication. I wasn't thinking that I was necessarily in danger or wondering why I got the message. It was just so clear, strong, and direct that I somewhat blindly obeyed. Also, I was hungry, tired, and quite possibly hungover. I kept the door closed until 10 seconds after I heard a car door open and close from the front of the house. Right as I opened, the delivery driver was at the door. My cash was ready along with a healthy tip. I paid him, thanked him, and then I closed and locked both doors. I sat down on the couch and put a piece of pizza on a plate that I'd already had out. The doorbell rang. No way in hell I'm answering the door. Hot food was in my hand. Before I would have even had time to answer the door, there was now pounding on the security door. Then I hear a male voice yell through the door. Hey, it's me. I just delivered your food. I freeze. I'm terrified. There's no reason that the driver would need to speak to me. My order was correct. I paid in cash and tipped generously. In addition to that, he had my phone number. I grabbed my phone, ran back to the door, which was open. The security door was locked, but still, and I closed the door and locked it. As I'm doing that, there is now pounding on the window on the side of the house, along with a man yelling, Hey! I stood in the hallway, where I was certain no one could see me or my shadow through a possible crack in the blinds. I called my boyfriend at work and shakily whispered the story to him. He told me that the house used to be a big party house and that it was probably just some drunk or druggie looking for the old tenants.
Sweet of him for trying to make me feel better, but I had zero doubts by this time that I was in serious danger. I got off the phone with him and stood trembling in the hallway, contemplating calling 911. All I could think about was that this guy must have been lying in wait, watching the house. He must have seen the delivery driver, and then tried to use that as an excuse to get me to open the door. He knew someone was in there. About 3 to 5 minutes later, I hear a police helicopter right over my house. Attention, we're looking for a male suspect in the area. Physical description. He's considered armed and dangerous. If you see him, please call 911. I went to work that night and relayed the story to my coworkers. A friend told me that he had heard the same thing from people at his day job. A man banging on doors in my neighborhood and trying to get people to let him in. I checked the news after work. A man was running from the police, and he was wanted for felonies in Missouri. He'd been shot and killed by the police 3 blocks from my house a few hours after my incident. Please listen to your intuition. I don't let myself wonder too much about what could have been, what could have happened to me if I hadn't listened. It still gives me chills. I'll never be as comfortable being alone as I once was. I work as a supervisor in the cashier area of a casino, and for years I've been on the graveyard shift. It was around 10 years ago, back when we still closed the floor at 4 a.m. The nights were long, often quiet toward the end, but that night still lingers in my mind. It was a little after 5 a.m., and I was alone. My assistant had run home for a bit. I didn't mind since I was wrapping up paperwork, but the silence in the casino at that hour always felt different. It wasn't the usual kind of quiet. It was heavy. I stood at the counter, flipping through forms, my hair falling onto my face as I concentrated, and that's when I noticed something, just for a split second. My hair moved, or at least I thought it did. It was such a fleeting thing that I almost dismissed it, chalking it up to my own restless mind. And then I realized it wasn't just my hair. One of the swivel chairs behind the cashier's station was spinning, slowly. I froze. The chair creaked faintly as it turned, the sound sharp against the stillness of this empty casino. I stared at it, trying to make sense of why it was moving. There was no one else around. The air conditioning wasn't on, and there wasn't even the faintest breeze. And yet, it moved. The chair slowed its spin until it stopped completely, facing me. It felt deliberate. A chill was crawling up my spine, and my hands were actually trembling as I set down my pen. My eyes were darting in the shadowy corners of the room. Was someone there? Was I imagining things? I sat down, trying to steady my nerves a bit, convincing myself I was just tired. Maybe I'd wait for my assistant to get back before I finished the paperwork. And then the phone rang. It was surveillance. Their voice was calm, almost too calm, but there was a strange tension behind it. Hey, did you see that? I gripped the receiver tighter. Yeah. What the hell was that? They laughed, but it wasn't the kind of laugh that puts you at ease. It was the kind of laugh that people use when they don't know how to explain something. It wasn't until weeks later that I thought that I should ask if they saved the footage so I could see it. But I already knew the answer. Back then, we still used old tapes, wiped every 2 weeks. If the tape wasn't flagged, it was already gone. Even now, though, I wish I could see that video to prove it wasn't all in my head. Maybe it's better that I didn't. Some things are easier to leave unanswered and just keep mysterious. Definitely a what the hell moment, though. One that I still think about, especially at night.
I've got two stories. Not super dramatic, but both moments that still make my skin crawl when I think about them. The first happened at home. I was in bed, hovering in a weird in-between state, not fully asleep, not fully awake. You know the place. Everything's a little floaty, and the lines between dreaming and reality start to blur. And that's when I felt a hand on my hip, just resting there, warm but familiar. Then, soft kisses on my shoulder and the back of my neck. The kind of thing that would have been romantic if it wasn't, way too late for that kind of attention. I remember mumbling, "Really? Now?" Thinking it was my husband making a move after we'd already been laying in silence for what felt like forever. I opened my eyes and saw his back. He was facing away from me, breathing slow and steady, dead asleep. I froze. The kisses had stopped, but I could still feel the pressure of a hand, firm and steady, right on my hip. I didn't move, didn't say anything. I just laid there, too scared to even sit up, until eventually whatever I'd felt, or whatever had felt me, let go. I didn't tell my husband about it until the next morning, and even then I played it off like a weird dream. But I know what I felt, and I know I wasn't dreaming. The second thing happened at work. I was a nurse working nights at the time. It was around 2 a.m. Most of the floor was quiet, patients asleep, lights dimmed, the usual low hum of machines and nighttime stillness. I was doing my rounds, walking past an unoccupied room, when I noticed the TV inside was on. Now, that wasn't totally unheard of. Sometimes a tech forgets to turn it off during cleaning, or the remote gets wedged right in between and flips itself on. Still, I figured I'd just step in and shut it off. No big deal. I stepped 1 foot into the room, didn't even fully enter, and that's when the TV said, clear as day, "Good morning, Alice." That's my name. The voice wasn't part of a commercial. It wasn't a news anchor or a show host. It was talking to me. The tone was flat, almost mechanical. But the timing, it couldn't have been a coincidence. I didn't shut the TV off. I backed out, closed the door, and just stood there in the hallway staring at it for a few minutes before walking away. I switched to day shifts not too long after that. My grandmother, Alara, wasn't a mystical woman. She was practical, a no-nonsense woman who believed in a firm handshake, a sharp tongue, and the absolute power of a good, strong cup of black coffee. She didn't talk about angels or spirits, except for one thing that she was absolutely clear on. "Don't worry about me," she'd tell us every time we left her house. "When my time comes, I'm going straight to the good place, and I'll let you know I made it." Then she'd tap the mahogany kitchen table with her knuckles. 3 solid rhythmic raps. Knock, knock, knock. That's my signal. Just 3 little knocks. If you hear it, you stop worrying. It basically became a sort of family legend, a dark joke we whispered at holidays. None of us really believed it, of course. Not until the day that we had to. Grandma Alara passed away in her sleep at 94, in a care facility 3 states away from me. The funeral was exactly what she would have wanted. Short, unsentimental, and followed by terrible tuna casserole. I flew back home the next day, exhausted and heavy with that dull, crushing grief. It only comes when a true pillar of your life is gone. I remember that morning vividly. It was a Saturday. I was sitting at my kitchen table nursing a coffee that was nowhere near as good as hers, going through the stacks of sympathy cards I hadn't yet had emotional energy to open,
The house was utterly silent. I couldn't help but feel that life would just be a little more silent from now on. I was officially worrying. Knock, knock, knock. 3 knocks. Not a doorbell. Not a tree branch at the window. These were deliberate, weighty raps on the front door. The kind that vibrate the floorboards. Regardless of where the knocks came from, the sound was identical to the ones that she made on her kitchen table for decades. I thought of her instantly, but my logical thought came next. It was a neighbor. I stood up, walked quickly to the front window and looked out, but the porch was empty. There was no one standing there, no car in the driveway. The heavy storm door was closed. There was no strong breeze or anything to create that kind of impact. Nothing to replicate knocking. Maybe I was mistaken, I thought. I imagined it. Of course. Grief, I'm sure. I walked toward the door, telling myself that I was being ridiculous. Then, before I could reach the knob again, the knocking. Knock, knock, knock. This time it was louder, almost demanding. It felt like it was resonating through the wood itself. I'm not sure where I got the nerve, but I pressed my face to the peephole. Still nothing. Just the bright, empty morning sun on the front porch steps. As I turned and made my way back to the kitchen, a wave of intense cold washed over me. And then it was followed by warmth, the feeling of a blanket being put on you. It was so strange, but I wasn't afraid. It was a sense of calm that had settled over me. I realized that after a lifetime of talking about a sign, I was finally getting it. I turned around and placed my hand flat on the cool wood of the front door, right where the sound seemed to have originated. "I hear you, Grandma," I whispered. Tears were genuinely blurring my vision as I told her, "I know it's you. Thank you for letting me know." I stood there for a long moment, waiting. There were no more knocks or temperature changes, just me in the silent house. But as the fear receded, it was replaced by a profound, comforting sense of release, a lightness in my chest that hadn't been there since she passed. Of course, I never heard that triple knock again. But in the years since, whenever I catch myself worrying about the future, feeling overwhelmed or struck with grief, I instinctively press my knuckles to a tabletop, and I just hear her silent threefold promise. It might not be the most terrifying encounter of my life, maybe the most impactful, because it was proof that some part of a person, the part that keeps its promises, doesn't just disappear. My grandma and I lived on the 4th floor of a small apartment complex in an even smaller suburb of Lexington. When she and I used to fight, I'd always go up to the rooftop to cool down. There were people up there off and on. A few residents kept little rooftop gardens, but for the most part, I usually had the place to myself, especially when it started getting cold. I was probably 12 that winter. One night I was wandering around up there. The stairwell to the roof ends in a brick box with a door leading out. And right next to the ledge, on the ground, between that and the brick exterior wall of the stairwell, I found an unfinished hopscotch board drawn in chalk. The markings were barely visible, and some of the squares had dark stains like something had spilled over them. Still, when I looked at the faded chalk scratches with hopscotch in mind, the outline made sense. Who knew how many seasons this had been hiding up there? I'd never seen kids on the roof before. The apartments were basically an elderly community. I don't think anyone living there was under 65. Those misshapen squares that I'd stumbled on made me feel a weird, aching sort of hopeful. Like once, a long time ago, kids had existed around here, maybe even lived in our building. I was lonely then, and the relic reminded me of how desperate I was to have a friend. Like a nerd, I knelt down and rubbed my hand over a few of the squares like they were etchings. I thought that it could be a fun game to play by myself, and I knew that I had a few sticks of chalk in my room. It was just enough to finish the panels, but it was getting dark and I didn't want to get in more trouble, so I went inside for the night. A few days went by. With school and other stuff, I forgot about it for a little while. But the next time my grandmother started treating me poorly, I went up to the roof again. I took the stairs, and the closer I got to the top of the narrowed stairway, the more I heard the muffled sound of kids' voices. It sounded like they were right on the other side of the bricks. Along with their squeals and laughs, I heard the sound of pebbles bouncing off textured ground. Everything sounded vivid. There were at least 2 voices. My heart started racing with excitement. Were potential friends just outside these doors? Could they even be using the hopscotch board that I made? I practically leapt up the remaining stairs and opened the stairwell door that leads to the roof. At the same time, I saw a small rock skip by from around the corner. When I got around the brick barrier and looked down the narrow area where the pebble had been thrown from, 2 girls about my age were fighting. One was bigger than me and way bigger than the other. And she clearly had the upper hand. She was unleashing hell on the smaller girl, blow after blow with brutal force. It made my stomach turn. I screamed at the bigger girl to stop, but she ignored me. The smaller girl was collapsed on the ground, lying across some of the hopscotch squares. She was bleeding from her nose and mouth. The big girl stood over her, red-faced with rage, yelling and crying. For the first time, I got a good look at her, frantic, furious, and terrifying in how adult her fury seemed. I watched in panic until a dog barked from an open apartment window below and echoed off the bricks of the other units. The sound was loud and startling, and it snapped me out of whatever trance I'd been in. Up until that moment, I hadn't taken my eyes off the 2 girls. Suddenly, I registered that everything around me was completely quiet except for that single bark. What was happening in front of me felt unnaturally silent. I knew she was crying, but I couldn't hear it. It was disorienting. Even as the bigger girl lifted the smaller one, there was no scuffle of shoes on the ground, no labored breathing, nothing that matched the violence that I'd been watching. And then I watched the unthinkable. The bigger girl shoved the smaller girl's body over the roof's ledge. And that's when I tried to stop it. I didn't care if my ass got beat too. I couldn't let it happen. I ran at full speed at the big girl, bracing for impact. But I almost went flying over the ledge myself because there was nobody there. There was no longer a person to make contact with. I slammed my knee into the bricks and I felt the pain instantly. I looked over the ledge. There was nobody in the grass below. No body. I could only process that I just had a near-death experience, almost going over the roof myself. My knee swelled and quickly turned black and blue. It hurt like hell. I was alone on the roof. The quiet evening persisted because it never left in the first place. My grandma believed me when I told her. She didn't think that I was crazy, and we didn't joke like that. Her solution was simple. Don't go to the roof ever again. I told her that was already my plan, and I stuck to it until our lease was up the next year. In December, my area in Texas experienced some serious floodwaters. I know several people who lost their lives or came close to it. The floodwaters hit quickly, and to say that we aren't built for that is a bit of an understatement. My family did fine.
We weren't out on the roads, which seemed to be the most dangerous place to be. Some damage to the outside of our house, some trees nearby caused some issues for a few days, but that was the worst of it. But it wasn't the weirdest of it. I can't explain what happened the morning after the worst of the floods, but I'm going to try to relay it. We were sort of trapped in our neighborhood for a couple of days due to downed trees and a flooded road. So during that time, we just went around with our other neighbors helping anyone who needed it. The second morning, the water had mostly receded, leaving behind the kind of mud that sucks your boots in when you try to walk. My husband and I were making rounds with two other neighbors when we reached the last row of houses on the far side of the loop, a stretch of homes that backed up against the thick of the woods. One of the houses there had been hit especially hard. Debris clung to the front fence, and the windows on the lower floor were blown out. And that's when we heard it. Help. It was faint but urgent, a voice definitely human, crying out from inside the house. We all froze, and then it came again. Help. Clearer this time. Multiple voices maybe, begging, pleading. My stomach dropped. The four of us rushed to the door and tried it, but it was swollen shut from the water. My neighbor Tim kicked it in, and we charged inside expecting to find people trapped or hurt. But there was no one. The house was completely empty. Furniture overturned, water lines creeping up the walls, mud smeared across the floor, but no signs of life. We split up, calling out, checking closets and the upstairs rooms. Nothing. The house was dead quiet. And yet we all swore that we heard it. Not just me, all of us. Same direction, same voices. We regrouped in the living room, rattled and confused. Tim made a sort of nervous joke about sound bouncing in weird ways after a flood, but none of us really believed it. Not the way that voice had sounded so close, so desperate. I still think about that morning, about that house, about what we heard, and why, when we broke in to save them, there was nothing. I once house sat a very old manor home. It was near the Mason-Dixon line. This location becomes important later in the story. It was built in the mid-1700s. Like a lot of houses, it had that root cellar, sub-basement deep under the house. It was used for food storage back in the day. And I always just got the weirdest and most foreboding feeling walking past the door leading down to it. Never actually went down there. It was a very big house that had many additions put on over the years, so it had multiple alarm systems. And one night, the alarm system in the original part of the house, where the door to the root cellar was, it wouldn't stop going off. I probably got out of bed 7 or 8 times just to enter the code and turn it off that night. It was an older alarm system, so I figured, probably old wiring or part going bad or something. I didn't think much of it other than being annoyed that I had to keep waking up. When the family got back from vacation, I told the father about the night the alarm kept going off. And he looked very puzzled. He told me that had never happened before, in the several decades that they'd lived there. And even weirder, because it was an older alarm system, and in that part of the house, all of the alarms were motion activated. I later found out the house was right down the street from a Quaker meeting house in the area. It had a high Quaker population that was well known for its role in the Underground Railroad. Families in that area would routinely let people escaping slavery hide in their cellars and sub-basements. My family is ancestrally Quaker, and the family who lived there was not. It still kind of gives me chills thinking about it. This was years ago, back when I was working seasonal construction in a tiny desert town in Arizona. We'd rented out a beat-up double-wide for the summer, 4 of us rotating shifts, not much furniture, and even less sleep. It was cheap and close to the job site, and that was all we needed. The land behind the trailer was nothing but miles of dry brush and scattered rock, all the way to the edge of the canyon. No wildlife, no wind, just stillness that settled like dust over everything. The first time I heard it, I'd just gotten off a night shift and was sitting outside smoking before crashing. It was about 4:30 in the morning. I remember because the sky was just starting to tint that pale blue. I heard what sounded like someone calling from the canyon, not yelling, but talking low and rhythmic. It was repeating something I couldn't quite make out. I assumed it was one of the guys messing around, but when I looked behind me, I could see them through the window. They were inside, still passed out on the floor. The next night I heard it again. Same time, same voice, same pattern, but it was closer. Like whoever or whatever it was had moved up from the canyon and was now in the brush somewhere behind the trailer. I asked around. One of the guys said it was probably an echo off the canyon walls or some weird acoustics thing, but he didn't come outside with me. Not once. The last night I stayed there, I made the mistake of walking out behind the trailer with a flashlight. I mainly just wanted to prove to myself that there was nothing there. Maybe I was overtired. Maybe it was really just coyotes or wind or something natural. But when I got about 30 feet into the brush, I heard it again, right behind me. Clear as day this time. It was a voice and it whispered, "We see you." I dropped the light, didn't even think, just ran, left everything behind, including my job. I never went back, and I've never heard anything like it since. Whatever it was, I don't think that was human. I grew up in West Michigan near Manistee, and my uncle used to take me out to this stretch of woods not far from the old logging trails. He was always a little superstitious about the area, said you shouldn't whistle in the woods, shouldn't walk past sundown. I thought it was just old-timer nonsense, honestly. One summer night when I was about 17, I took my dirt bike out a little further and a little later than I should have. The sun was almost gone by the time I turned around, and the trail back to the truck, it felt wrong, like something was there with me. The birds had also stopped, which I expected as the sun went down, but even my bike sounded wrong, like the engine wasn't echoing the same way through the trees. The feeling alone forced me to look around. At first I thought that there was a bear standing upright at the tree line, but it was too lean, too tall. It had pointed ears, and the way that it looked at me, I could still feel it, like it was curious, but also playing with me. I froze up almost immediately, didn't move until it stepped back into the woods, just out of sight. I didn't tell my uncle until years later. He didn't look surprised, just told me real serious. That's why you don't whistle out there. Or, go out after sundown. I knew there would be somewhere I could send my story. It's the only time I've dealt with someone like this. I didn't even know this condition existed until it was shown to me in all of its unhinged glory. I worked at a fast food restaurant, and as I'm bringing out an order from the kitchen, I have a tray full of nuggets and fries that I'm supposed to deliver to a table. Out of nowhere, the store manager steps in my way looking pissed. He sometimes acted weird, but this was a whole new level of weird. The veins in his neck were bulging while he sucked in air, towering over me. I almost dropped the tray of food, but find its balance before all of the food fell. I say something like, "Whoa, Garrett." Literally something that small. "Whoa, Garrett." And he totally flipped his lid in front of everyone. All of the customers saw it.
Everyone working in the back came out to watch him go off on me. It was embarrassing to have him yell at me like that, and I had no idea what he was ranting about. He started by yelling, "Is it really you this time?" I replied, "Yep, it's me." None of us on staff were aware of his condition. We didn't know the signs to watch out for or what to do in a moment of crisis. He says, "Are you sure you weren't the bitch at the store following me around? How long have you been stalking me? I knew it was you dressed up yesterday too, riding my ass in the car behind me." I told him that I take the bus. I even went as far as setting the food on the table to pull my bus pass out of my pocket, but he refused to believe me. The cooks vouched for me that I'd been there all day, but he accused them of being in on it with me, in on whatever story he'd made up in his head about me. Meanwhile, people got out their phones and started recording it. I was thinking I was going to need one of those videos for a lawsuit if things escalated further. He paced back and forth, listing off other instances where he'd seen me, in disguise, following him around. He was threatening to kill me if I kept doing it. A couple of coworkers had to pull him out of the restaurant so he could cool off. He wasn't even scheduled to be working that day. He came in with the sole purpose of yelling at me. He didn't come back that day, or ever again, I think. I quit soon after that went down, but what I heard is that when he left the restaurant, he got into a minor fender bender and ended up beating a lady half to death. He was arrested but mentally unfit to stand trial. The guy had documented schizophrenia. While on his medication, he was able to function. He worked his way up to manager at our store. Nobody knew. But either he stopped taking his meds, or this new diagnosis was something unavoidable. But it's called Frigoli syndrome, and it's scary stuff. First and only person I've ever met with it. Weird things happen in my house sometimes. Little noises, misplaced objects, the occasional creak in the floorboards when no one's walking. Nothing I've ever been too concerned about. My husband is a hardcore skeptic, so that helps. The type to immediately debunk anything strange, so whenever something does happen, he usually has an explanation before I can finish my sentence. But this time, he didn't. It was late, past midnight. I was winding down on the couch watching TV. My husband had fallen asleep beside me, lightly snoring. The house was quiet aside from the low hum of the show playing in the background. And that's when I heard voices. Not just a sound, not just a random noise. 3 distinct men, separate voices, having a full-blown conversation. Their voices were low and muffled, but constant, like they were standing just outside my back door. I immediately paused the TV. The voices didn't stop. My first thought was that someone was outside, maybe on the patio or near the driveway. My husband and I live in a quiet area, so hearing people talking outside this late was unusual. I got up, crept to the back door, and peered outside. No one, no movement, no wind, just the dark outline of our yard stretching into the night. I hesitated for a second. I shook it off and went back to the couch. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe I misheard. I turned the TV back on and I tried to relax. But then, the voices started again. I paused the TV immediately. This time, I really listened. The voices weren't coming from outside. They were coming from inside the house. More specifically, from the oil tank room. Now, our oil tank room is an unfurnished concrete space in the basement. There's no reason anyone would be in there. No vents or pipes that carry outside noise inside. Just solid walls, cold floors, and an empty space where the tank sits. But I was clearly hearing someone there. Someone's.
I shook my husband awake, whispering, "Do you hear that?" He groggily sat up, frowning at me, and then he stopped. His expression changed. "Yeah," he muttered. "What the hell is that?" For once, he didn't have an explanation. No, it's just the house settling, or probably a radio from next door. He just sat there, listening with me, both of us frozen. The voices continued, low and constant. We couldn't make out the words, but we knew they were talking. I wasn't about to go look, neither was he. So we just sat there, listening, until finally, about 15 minutes later, the voices faded, just gone, as if they'd never been there. After that, we just went to bed, pretending nothing had happened. We haven't talked about it since because it's never happened again, but I haven't sat in the living room alone at night since. This didn't happen on the streets, but I used to work as an overnight security at an old courthouse turned city records building. The place was huge, mostly empty after 6 p.m., had this echoey silence that made your ears kind of ring. I worked solo from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. My job was mostly just to make rounds, check doors, and monitor the handful of cameras that were still functional. The basement was always the worst. It was like stepping into a time capsule. Low ceilings, peeling paint, boxes of files from the 1950s stacked to the ceiling. Anyway, for about a month straight, at 2:13 a.m. exactly, the alarm on the third floor fire door would beep like it had been opened. The camera covering the hallway had been broken since before I started, but the motion detector would go off too. Every time I went up to check it out, there was nobody there. Door still sealed, floor empty. I even propped open the stairwell door once just to try to catch whoever it was. Nothing. One night I tried just watching from the second floor stairwell window at about 2:13 a.m. I heard the fire door open, like the metal creaking, latch releasing, all of it. But when I went to check, nothing unusual, just the same old thing. I never saw anyone, and the logs never showed any keycard access. I told the day shift about it, and they just sort of laughed, said the building was probably adjusting overnight. But one guy pulled me aside. He told me, and was totally serious, that years ago, a man had jumped to his death at that stairwell. I didn't last much longer after that. Even if that guy was messing with me or trying to scare me, the silence started to feel like it was watching me back. I couldn't really handle it. I've broken mirrors before and walked under ladders, opened umbrellas inside, all that stuff. I don't really believe in curses. I never really have. Nothing's ever come of any of those things. But this last time, I was exploring an abandoned farmhouse with a couple of friends. We're into urban exploration, photography, the usual stuff. We mostly do it for fun, and yeah, maybe we try to spook each other sometimes, but we've never actually seen anything. The house we found was in the middle of nowhere, rural Kentucky, overgrown and rotting from the inside out. Everything smelled like wet wood and animal piss. My friends were outside flying the drone, and I went in solo through what used to be a mudroom. The hallway led to a narrow bathroom, barely big enough to stand in. Rotten floorboards, chipped sink. Everything was smashed except for this one mirror. It was still hanging on the wall above the sink. It was weirdly intact. No cracks, no dust. Like it had been freshly cleaned. I looked at myself for a second. I remember thinking that I didn't look right. My face, something about it. Like I'd been standing there for hours and hadn't realized it. Then the mirror fell. Not slipped, fell. No warning, no sound before it. Just a sudden crack, like the air itself snapped. It hit the tile and shattered, and I swear to God, I felt it in my spine, like something ruptured inside of me when it broke. The whole room shifted. I don't know how else to describe it. The walls felt closer. The air went cold, but not like a draft. Cold from the inside out, like something was watching, and it just stood up. I remember stumbling back and hitting the door frame and nearly throwing up. My ears were ringing like I'd been hit with a flashbang. My chest was tight. It didn't feel like I'd just witnessed a mirror fall. It felt like I'd done something wrong. I called out to my friends, and I couldn't hear my own voice, like I'd gone underwater. I booked it out of the house, and I didn't go back in. That night, I couldn't sleep well. I kept thinking about the mirror, how it fell, how it made me feel. I kept seeing my reflection in my head, but not the way it looked. I remember thinking, that wasn't me. This happened well over 10 years ago, before I ditched my old apartment and my even older landline. I was 25, living alone, and already a bit jumpy from too many late nights. The calls started around 11:30 p.m., always. The phone would ring twice, and then just stop. Just enough for me to get a look at the caller ID before it went silent. And every single time, the screen displays the same 7 digits, my own phone number. The first few nights I chalked it up to a glitch in the ancient telephone system. Maybe my line was looping back. It was annoying, but I just muted the ringer and went to bed. I had an answering machine for any emergencies. Eventually, that feature just stopped working, and I was hearing the ringing again. I couldn't ignore it. It was a repetitive, ghost-like calling of my own phone number. It felt less like an error and more like something intentional. After so many times of this happening, the screen lit up with my number again and I snapped. I picked up on the second ring before it could hang up. Silence. Just a faint, high-pitched white noise hiss that sounded like a vacuum being run in another room. I was about to hang up, and then I heard a voice. Incredibly low and flat, and it cut through the static. It sounded digitized or mechanical, like an old speech synthesizer. "Where did you put the key?" It wasn't a question asked to me, but it was a question. I hung up the phone, and for some reason my hands were shaking. I even unplugged the phone for 24 hours, convinced that whatever had been trying to call was a prank, that they had some sort of voice synthesizer, they were recording for my reaction, I don't know, something. Eventually I plugged it back in. And of course it rang, with my number. I picked up on the second ring, dread mixing with a bit of rage. Before I could yell, the same flat voice repeated the same phrase. "Where did you put the key?" "Stop calling this number," I shouted. "Who is this? Just stop." There was a pause on the other end, and then it sounded like someone was going to speak, and the voice came back. This time it was a little different. It didn't sound like a recording. It sounded personally aware. Under the third tile. "You know what I mean, Brandon." For sure, it felt personal now. That was my name, obviously. I live on the 4th floor of a standard carpeted apartment complex. There's no tiles, no basements, no keys hidden anywhere. But that's my name. This time I disconnected the phone for more than just a couple of days, and I never reconnected that exact landline. I threw away the phone and the answering machine, and I got a new cell phone. I don't know what was calling me or who, but I know that as soon as I disconnected that line, it stopped. I never experienced any sort of harassment or anything in my real life. So, was it a prank? Maybe. But if it was a little too chilling for my taste.
I know I wasn't the first person to move out of that place. Seemed to have a high turnaround. No pranksters ever came forward. I've always been inclined to believe that it was something a little more than that. I just don't know how. When I was 13, my family stayed at my mom's friend's house in the mountains of Pennsylvania. Really beautiful and desolate. I didn't really sleep well the first night because I had to sleep in the living room, which had floor-to-ceiling windows on two of the walls overlooking this beautiful scenery. There were no blinds or curtains. I finally got tired around 1 a.m. after hours of watching TV and got ready to sleep. I accidentally knocked an ashtray down and picked up the butts. I told myself that I'd clean up the ashes in the morning because I didn't know where the vacuum was. I woke up about an hour later to a scuffering sound next to my head. When I opened my eyes, I saw a worn work boot scuffing the ashes into the carpet. I looked up expecting to see my mom's friend's husband, but instead I saw an old man that I hadn't seen before. I wasn't afraid, and he didn't seem out of place. I said to the old man, "I'm sorry. I was going to clean that up in the morning." He smiled and replied, "Shh, it's all right, sweetie. Go back to sleep." I woke up in the morning to the ashes almost completely gone, like someone had scuffed them into the carpet. I asked the adults if any of them had done it, but they all said no. I kind of forgot about it for a while, but years down the road, I asked my mom's friend about the old man. She said it was probably her grandfather. He was the one who had built the house, and he adored kids. She sent me a photo of him, and surprise, surprise, it was the same man I saw. Ghosts weren't really a thing for me until we moved into a new house and I was 12. I didn't care about house shopping. I stayed home while my family looked, so the first time I saw the place was moving day. I walked in and the first dumb thing I said was, "Did somebody die here?" My mom stopped putting boxes down, hesitated, and told me yes. The original owner's husband had died there, and they'd bought it from the widow. I didn't know any of the details, just the kind of children's corner facts that stick. Basement, old man, widow. But even at 12, you notice stuff. The hallway to the laundry room in the basement felt bad the moment you stepped into it. Almost like a room where the heater was turned on full blast and there's no window, so it's suffocating. I don't know how else to describe it, but bad. The TV room at the other end of the hall was fine most days, but that laundry hallway had a weight to it. At first, it was little things. Shadows that split off the corner of your eye and vanish when you look directly. Light bulbs in the laundry room that popped or exploded for no reason. The TV downstairs would flicker like it was trying to show static but couldn't quite get there. My sister swore that she saw red eyes in the dark once, and sometimes she'd say that she could see kids running around in the corner of the room. Kids that would vanish when she blinked. I never saw the kids myself. My experience was more the creeping kind of fear. The sort that lives in your chest. Nightmares started. Not the usual teenage I failed the test nightmares. The ones where I'd wake up drenched and feel like I'd been dragged down the stairs. I dreamed that I was in my bedroom, and then I'd be moving, like a rope pulling me, down and down into the hallway, toward the laundry room. Then I'd snap back awake for a second. My legs would feel like lead. When you came back upstairs from going down there, you didn't walk, you ran. Like something wanted you to hurry so it could follow. We all tried to be reasonable about it. We'd blame wiring when the bulbs popped. We'd say mice or draft for shadows. Once or twice we actually asked it to stop. Like you could reason with whatever was left in the house. The bulbs didn't explode again after that, though, which felt like a win, even if everything else kept sliding sideways. I think the thing that made me stop pretending that it wasn't all just quirks was when my parents decided to renovate my room. That meant that I had to move out of my upstairs bedroom and into the TV room down in the basement while they worked. Not the laundry side hallway, thank God, but the other end of the basement just the same. I set up a mattress, a lamp, my books, the stupid posters that my sister made me hang. It felt like exile, honestly, until I settled into it. I told myself being down there would prove nothing. I'd face it head on and be brave. The first few nights were a blur of nervous energy and childish bravado. I told stories into the dark, dared myself to call whatever it was by name. And then one night, alone and stupid with the lights off because I thought I was past being scared, I heard something. It was a sound like someone took a baseball bat to the ductwork right above my head. A boom radiated. The noise hit like thunder. It reverberated through the floor and into my teeth. I didn't move at first. My body was a paperweight. And then I crawled under my blankets, kept my eyes open until dawn, like a child who knows monsters are patient. That sound was not the house settling. It was violent. The sound of something showing you it could reach you. The next morning I climbed up onto the mattress and grabbed the dropped ceiling tile like one of those kids in a movie who's about to find something terrible. And directly above where my head had been was a furnace duct. It looked fine if you measured by daylight, but there were dents in it, a long gouge, like something had struck it hard. Not a hairline scratch, an impact mark. You get it from blunt force. Nothing else in the basement explained it. I really didn't sleep well after that. I didn't want to be downstairs anymore. So my parents allowed me to sleep in the living room. I really didn't appreciate the basement after that, more than I already hadn't. I definitely wasn't one of those people who stayed living at home forever. As soon as I could get my own place, I did. However, that place cannot be avoided. Even years later, when I go back to visit my parents, there was one time the feeling came back full-fledged. I remember being in the kitchen, the hair on my arms prickling, my body angling, as if something in the house had turned its head towards me. The dread was familiar. It didn't need to make a noise or show itself. It was just there. Once, when my youngest was small, we were staying at my parents' house overnight. He woke up in the middle of the night crying about a man in the basement who wanted to play. My mother brushed it off. Kids have dreams. But later at breakfast, she looked tired, the way people look when they've been up all night. I told myself not to sound like a crank. Mom still lives there. I visit on holidays and I sit in the living room, try not to think about the laundry hallway. What I learned, and I say this like a person who used to be a kid telling a grown-up, is that some things that linger aren't seeking kindness or reconciliation. They're not lonely in any human way. There's some malice in their attention. The small, cold enjoyment when you know you've been noticed. I just had this sense, when I was there, of being cataloged, measured, kept. It's odd. There are other stories. My eldest met something once in his grandparents' house that I'll tell you another time. For now, all I have is the memory of that boom, the dent in the duct, and just that laundry room in general. Quiet in the way that a room is quiet when everyone is pretending nothing is wrong. I guess sometimes prefer to chalk it up to wiring or ignore it completely. It's cleaner. Maybe it lets you sleep. There was a popular joke I always heard growing up. A man tells his bartender, "I bet you a free drink that I can bite my own eyeball." And seeing this as an impossible task, the bartender agrees.
The man then promptly removes his glass eye and places it between his teeth before putting it back. Amused, the bartender pours his drink. Then the man says, "I bet you another drink I can bite my other eye too." Knowing the man can clearly see just fine, the bartender reasons that he can't possibly have two glass eyes, and so accepts his terms. Next, the man removes his dentures and gently places his teeth around his very real left eye. My Uncle Ty was particularly fond of telling it because he already had fake teeth and used to joke that if he had a glass eye, he'd never pay for another drink again. Well, as they say, careful what you wish for. Ty owned a lot of land with a really big pond, and the whole family would often go over there on weekends to fish and have a bonfire. My dad is one of 9, so we're a big family. The adults got drunk while the kids ran around having sword fights with flaming sticks. When it started getting late, we would all sit around the big fire and eat hot dogs. Sometimes, Ty would play a game that we call homemade bombs. The objective was to throw a random item into the fire and rate the resulting explosion. It was usually little things like lighters, batteries, or empty bottles. But then Ty got the idea to throw in a full bottle of beer, fresh from the cooler. Everyone got back, but nothing happened. I don't know how long we actually waited, but it felt like a long time. Eventually, Ty gave up and returned to the fire with his poker. He leaned over the flames, jabbed his stick right in the center, and then boom. Later, he said he never touched the bottle. That's just when it exploded. For a brief, flashing moment, the flames engulfed his entire head before he staggered backwards and fell into the dirt. His hands covered his face, and he was screaming like he got hurt really bad. My dad and another uncle ran over and pulled his hands away to see how badly he was burned. And that's when we saw the giant glass shard protruding from his eye. Much of his hair, along with his eyebrows and beard, were gone, and his entire face was turning redder by the second. We're a poor family from the sticks, so we don't really call ambulances unless death is imminent. We normally won't even go into an emergency room unless we break a bone bigger than a finger. But this one, it's one of the exceptions. We don't play about eye shit. Even if we had called an ambulance, we were out in the sticks. It would have taken twice the time for Ty to get help. So my dad and a few others drove him to the hospital while the rest of us waited for an update. It was a long night for everyone, especially Ty's wife. She was always on his ass about being reckless, and now his day of reckoning had finally come. It probably goes without saying that Ty's eye couldn't be saved. He was soon fitted for a glass replacement, and the only thing he wanted to do was go to a bar and try out his favorite joke. The problem is that we're in a small town, so everyone had not only heard the joke, they knew about his accident. Well, that man got a truckload of his buddies and drove 2 hours to the nearest city where he finally got to do his trick. It didn't take long for the word to spread, but over the years, he would occasionally go out and find a stranger willing to play. For the most part, people just didn't mind humoring him because he was a fun guy to be around. Sadly, he passed away 3 years ago. In the end, it was his heart that got him. But he had a long life filled with great stories. The real lesson here isn't to be careful what you wish for, but to be careful what you throw into a fire. I love explosions as much as the next country bumpkin, but you gotta throw some common sense in there too. If you're too drunk to walk straight, you're probably too drunk to play homemade bombs. When I was about 14, I lived in an old house that once belonged to my great-grandmother. Right next door was an even older house that was once home to my great-grandmother's mother, Mama Roberts. Mama Roberts was dead, and I always suspected that she may have died in the house, because there was a creepy feel whenever you were in that house. We mostly used the house for storage, but there was also a ping pong table, and my friends would come over and we'd play ping pong in the house. One day, my friends and I were playing ping pong and it started to get late. So we turned off the lights in the house, my friends went home, and I went back to my house. After an hour or so, my parents called me and told me that the light was on in the house, right where we were playing ping pong. I was sure that I'd turned off the light, but I stepped outside. I saw that dark, scary house with the light on in the room where we had been. The thought of going into that house in the dark gave me goosebumps all over. I was very scared, but almost for no reason. And then I had a thought. Mama Roberts is my relative. She wouldn't hurt me. Her spirit may even be able to help me if she had the chance. So I shouted out to the house and said, "Mama Roberts, I left the light on. Can you turn the light off?" That instant, the light went off. It still creeps me out, and that was 22 years ago. In April of 2014, I purchased my first home and did what new home buyers tend to do. I'm sure when you hear a story of growling at the foot of someone's bed, you might assume it's the dog, but there was no way that this guttural growling was coming from my 3-month-old mutt. First of all, the pup was in another room in a crate. Second, he was so darn tiny still. And there's just no doubt that this growling was mere feet away from me where I lay awake, and it wasn't small. Of course, I could have just awoken from a dream and had not yet recognized that I was sleeping. However, I laid in my bed completely still for several minutes before braving the light, and that growling never halted. When the lights went on, the growling immediately stopped. Spooked, I decided tonight was a good night as any to reconsider my policy of where the puppy sleeps at night. After I moved my pup to his new sleeping spot and comforted myself, the lights went back off. A few minutes later, I heard dog sounds coming from the foot of the bed, but not so much growling, more like a grunt of appeasement. I didn't hear that particular growling from a few nights ago, so the new rule in this house was dog sleeps in the bed. My house had had 2 previous owners, and I know that at least the most recent of them had large dogs. The house was in foreclosure, so I don't have a lot of details about the owners beyond what the neighbors have mentioned in casual conversation. That house continued to be a bit odd. The growling, sure, it stopped, but things ending up in different places. The sound of doors shutting, but nothing was actually closed. Just odd. While I've had many experiences in my life, the home I live in now, it hasn't seen so much activity. At the town, Ogden, it's well known for paranormal activity. A final thought. That puppy had always refused to go into the basement of that house. He insisted at always being by my side, but would never journey to the basement with me. I've never heard that sound again or felt that negative, impeding feeling from a spirit. I like to think it's probably because I always have my dogs with me. In a weird way, I think that they really are protectors, even from the things we can't see. When you're a kid, the world is full of little hidden kingdoms. The crawl space under the porch, the woods behind the elementary school, the unfinished part of a neighbor's basement. For my friends and I, the best one was the space under the rickety aluminum bleachers at the town park. From the outside, it was just a set of benches overlooking a dusty baseball field. But underneath, it was a different world. It was a dusty, shaded cage where the light streamed through the open gaps, creating perfect bars on the ground. It always smelled like dry dirt, spilled soda, and a little bit of rust. It was our fort, our dungeon, our secret hideout. We'd spend hours under there, escaping the summer heat, telling ghost stories, and examining the lost treasures that we'd find. A forgotten baseball, a single rollerblade, a melted action figure. I must have been about 9 years old. It was a Tuesday in the middle of July, one of those scorching, boring afternoons where the air is thick and nothing is happening.
My friends were all on vacation with their families, so I'd ridden my bike to the park alone, hoping to find someone to play with. The park was deserted. The only sound was the buzzing cicadas. After a while of doing whatever, I got bored. I decided to check for treasure under the bleachers. I ducked under the lowest bench and crawled into a cool, familiar darkness. The ground was littered with candy wrappers and popsicle sticks, as usual. But as my eyes adjusted, I saw something different. Way in the back, in the deepest, darkest corner where the bleachers met the concrete foundation, there was a neat little pile of things. It wasn't the usual random junk. This was a collection. There was a bright red kickball, a perfectly wound yo-yo, and a baseball glove that looked almost brand new. It was all arranged like a display in a store window. I thought, as a 9-year-old, jackpot. I'd never seen such good stuff back here. I started to crawl towards it, my knees getting dusty. And then I heard a voice. It wasn't loud. It was calm and soft. "See something you like?" I froze in a crawling position. The voice had come from the darkness right next to the pile. I squinted, and a shape slowly resolved itself out of the shadows. It was a man, sitting with his back against the concrete wall, his knees pulled up close to his chest. He was wearing a plain gray t-shirt and jeans. He looked totally normal, like somebody's dad, except for the fact that he was sitting in the dirt under the bleachers in the middle of a weekday. He smiled, and it wasn't a scary smile. It was a friendly one. "It's my collection," he said, his voice still quiet. "I find things people lose. I like to keep them safe." My 9-year-old brain was trying to figure out the situation. I knew about stranger danger, of course, but that was always a guy in a van offering you candy. This was different. This was my place. He was the one who didn't belong. I didn't say anything. I just stared. "That's a good glove, isn't it?" he said, nodding toward the baseball glove. "Hardly used. I bet you play, don't you? You look like a ball player." I just nodded, my mouth suddenly dry. The muffled sound of a car driving down the street outside the park seemed a million miles away. Under here, it was just me and him, and the cicadas buzzing in the background. "You can have it if you want," he said, his smile widening a little. "I'd like you to have it. I just need you to do me a small favor first." I stayed perfectly still. "My back is a little stiff from sitting on this ground," he whispered, his voice becoming even softer. "It's hard for me to reach. Could you just come a little closer and hand me that red ball right next to you?" He hadn't moved a muscle. He was still sitting there, smiling his pleasant, normal smile. But every instinct in my body went off like a fire alarm. It was the way his eyes never left my face. It was the way that he was sitting so far back in the darkest part of the shade. It was the realization that he'd been waiting there, in silence, long before I ever showed up. He'd arranged his trap and was just waiting for a kid to wander into it. I didn't answer. I didn't even say no. I just scrambled backwards, kicking up dust, my heart hammering as I did. I crab walked as fast as I could until I was clear of the lowest bench. Then I got to my feet and ran. I ran and didn't look back. I ran past the empty swings across the baked grass to my bike. And I still didn't stop until I was pedaling my bike so hard the chain was rattling. I never told my parents. I was afraid that I'd get in trouble for being at the park alone. I never went under those bleachers again either. For the rest of the summer, every time I rode my bike past the park, I'd look over at them, feel a cold knot in my stomach. I'd imagine him sitting there in the dark and smiling, waiting. I don't know what would have happened if I'd crawled a few feet closer, but I'm glad I never found out.
My friend used to be a janitor at a university. One night, he's finishing cleaning up the bathrooms and he's just about to leave. He hears one of the toilets flush. He tries to think nothing much of it and continues on working. About 30 minutes later, he's closing up one of the classrooms and he notices something from the corner of his eye. Looks like someone walking across the hall, going from one room quickly to another. He goes over and checks the rooms just to make sure nobody was breaking in. And of course, they're empty. He's been working there for years, so he just moves on. As he walks back past the bathroom again, he hears a loud slam coming from inside, like someone slamming the stall. He then hears the bathroom flush one more time. The brave guy goes back in there to see what's up, and of course, it's empty. Way later on, as his shift finishes, he walks to the lot where his car is. He feels like something's watching him. He turns around to check, and he swears he saw some sort of figure in the distance quickly hide away. He worked there for another few years, but oddly enough, that was his only story. My older brother and I used to fight over the radio growing up all the time. He liked old school rock. I was more into pop and hip hop. Total opposites. But every time we got in the car together, he'd find a way to sneak on his music and crank it up too loud until I just gave in. He died several years ago. Motorcycle accident. A few months after the funeral, I was driving home late from work at night. My phone had died, so I turned on the radio for some background noise. Just static. I hit scan and let it roll through the channels, hoping to catch anything. And then I heard it. His favorite song, Shine On You Crazy Diamond by Pink Floyd. It was exactly the song he'd always played. Just a few clear seconds of it, like it broke through the static for only me. And then it was gone. Nothing but fuzz again. It happened again the next week at a different time, but the same stretch of highway, same song. After it happened a third time, I remember pulling over. I sat there in silence and I said out loud, "I hear you, all right?" I wasn't trying to dismiss him. I guess I was trying to acknowledge him. I've driven that road a dozen times since, and I've never heard the song again. Camping by myself in British Columbia during the fall. It's not a totally remote area, but it is a few hours from the city and surrounded by woods. It doesn't get a lot of campers that time of year either. My site is a free spot along the river that has a fire pit and a beat-up table. I do a ton of camping in remote areas, so this spot is not a big deal. But that night, I had a very uneasy feeling. I was creeped out the whole night. For no reason. I decided to go to bed early and listen to a podcast on a speaker in my tent while I fell asleep because I was genuinely creeped out. The next morning, while I was making coffee, I noticed that there was someone's hat on the wood table. I know it wasn't there the previous day because I had set my cooking stove on it. So someone came into my camp during the night and left it there. I think the uneasy feeling I had at night was because I was being watched. It may have been a mushroom picker, but who knows? My dad always had this thing where he wouldn't enter a room without knocking, even if the door was wide open. He said it was about respect. Every room has a presence, he'd say. Always knock. He passed away in the fall. I moved into his house a few months later to sort things out. It was hard. Too quiet, too full of his things. One night I was brushing my teeth, bathroom door wide open, and I heard it. 2 knocks. Soft, but distinct. On the frame. I stood still, toothbrush in hand, and I said, "Come in," out of habit. No one. Over the next few weeks, I heard it again and again. Always 2 knocks. always when I was in the bathroom. Never any footsteps, never any movement, just a knock. Eventually, I started saying, "Hey, Dad," when I heard it. And shortly after that, I stopped hearing the knocks. This happened a few days ago. I haven't told anyone because I don't know how to say it without sounding insane, so I'm just going to say it here, where everyone sounds a little insane. I was at a grocery store. Normal Tuesday afternoon. Normal store that I've been going to for several years. I was in the cereal aisle, and there was a woman at the far end, maybe 60, gray coat, standing there facing the shelves. Nothing weird. I went about my shopping. I saw her again in the frozen section. Same woman. Gray coat facing the shelves. Fine. Dairy aisle. Same woman, same position. Not shopping. Not looking at her phone, just standing with her back to me, facing whatever was in front of her. I told myself that I kept looping around the same aisles. The store isn't big. It's possible. I went to check out. There are 4 registers. I got in line and looked up, and she was standing in the express lane ahead of me. And this time she turned around and looked directly at me. This next part. I've been turning it over for 3 days. I keep landing in the same place. Her face was completely calm. Just calm. The specific calm of someone who's been watching you for a long time and isn't surprised to see you, or that you've finally noticed. She paid and left. I stood at the register, and the cashier asked me twice if I was ready, and I couldn't answer her. Eventually I did. Started getting my payment ready. I looked out the window, and the woman was standing there, looking inside at me, or maybe the cashier. "Do you know that woman?" I asked the cashier. "Who?" she said. I looked back, and the woman was gone. The woman that was just ahead of me. The cashier looked confused. "You're my first customer in a while, ma'am." I don't know who that woman was, or what she was. I just know that I drove home a slightly different way than usual, and I've been thinking about her face ever since. I don't know what I'm asking. I guess I just needed to tell someone. There's just not a lot of room in my life for things that don't make sense, or things that I can't just figure out. However, this thing doesn't make sense, but I think it's worth sharing. I met my friend Danny at work about 6 years ago. We were placed on the same project team, and somewhere between bad conference room coffee and a shared contempt for a particular manager, we became friends. Friends who grab lunch, text each other stupid things, show up when it matters. He's one of the better people I know. Danny has a son, older than my daughter by about 5 years. His ex-wife has primary custody, and he gets every other weekend and some holidays. He doesn't complain about it, but you can see it on him sometimes. This particular quiet that settles in when my daughter does something funny or says something unexpected. He watches her like a man taking notes on something he's missing. My daughter was 4 when she started talking to Marky. An imaginary friend, and an interesting name. Not Bubbles or Captain something. A real plain, ordinary name. And she'd start using it, announcing things like, "Marky said the syrup should go first. Marky doesn't really like cartoons. Marky likes the dog next door." I did what parents do and just smiled. I set an extra place at the table once when she asked. I told her that Marky sounded like good people. Our pediatrician said that imaginary friends were healthy, even good for kids. I moved on. Danny was over most Saturday afternoons that year. My place was comfortable for him, I think, somewhere that he could just exist without the custody schedule hanging over everything. He and my daughter had their own thing going.
She'd pull him outside to show him whatever she'd found that week, a weird rock, a dead beetle, a stick that she'd named Gerald. He always went. He never made her feel like her world was small, you know? It was an October afternoon. We were watching a game. She was in and out of the room like she always was, and at some point she wandered in from the hallway, looked straight at Danny with the casual confidence that only small children have, and said, "Marky says hi. He loves you, you know?" Then she giggled and ran back down the hall. I looked at Danny. He'd gone completely still. Not the stillness of confusion, it was something deeper than that. He was staring at the hallway that she'd disappeared into, and I watched the color leave his face, the way that it does when something reaches all the way back. I said his name, and he turned to me slowly and asked very quietly what she'd just called her imaginary friend. I told him, repeating the name. He picked up his drink and put it back down without actually taking a sip, and then he asked me if I knew his brother's name. I didn't. In the 2 years that we'd been friends, Danny hadn't even mentioned a brother, let alone his name. There are things about people you understand without being told that they're not ready to hand over. That's sort of how Danny was about family, so I never pressed. His brother was named Marcus, 5 years younger than Danny, and Marky is what Danny had called him their whole lives. Nobody in my home knew that. It had never come up in conversation. There were no photos of Marcus anywhere, no stories told in my daughter's presence. Marcus had died before I ever met Danny and hadn't existed in our friendship at all. Danny cried, quietly, but I saw the tears. I didn't say anything because there wasn't anything to say. I just sat there with him while the game played and my daughter's voice carried faintly down the hall, still talking, still laughing at something only she could hear. Danny left a couple hours later and I didn't push him on any of it, but he called me a few days later. It was late. I could tell that he'd been sitting with what he wanted to say for a while. He told me about Marcus, about being 19 and selling his little brother his old Mustang, not a junker, a real one, something he'd saved for and was proud of, about how Marcus drove it the way you drive something fast when you're 15 and invincible, and your older brother thinks that you're more cool than terrifying. I learned about how Danny had laughed about it, had even encouraged it, the way that a 19-year-old does when he hasn't learned yet what's actually at stake. Marcus died in that car 6 months after Danny handed him the keys. Danny obviously blamed himself because he'd been encouraging, because it was his car. He said that he'd never told anyone the whole thing, how he felt about it. Not his parents, not old friends, nobody. He said he didn't know why he was telling me now, except that it felt like maybe he was supposed to. I told him that I thought he was right, and that I was glad that he did. My daughter stopped mentioning Marky a few weeks after that. There was no announcement, no farewell. He was just gradually gone the way that imaginary friends go. But I think about this so much. A 4-year-old girl who'd never met Marcus, who didn't know Danny had a brother, who couldn't have known any of it, wandering in from the hallway with syrup on her shirt and delivering a message with a giggle like it was the most ordinary thing in the world. Maybe it was. Maybe that's exactly what it was supposed to feel like. I guess it's rare, but I've had a few experiences with spirits. I guess this is just my favorite one. I never met my father-in-law. He passed before I met my husband, Paul. Paul and I were having a hard time. He said that he wanted a divorce. I agreed. That night, his father, Frank, visited me in a dream and begged me not to leave his son.
He said Paul needed me, and I needed him. I decided it was just a strange dream and ignored it. The next day at work, I got a call from my husband's boss. Paul had a heart attack and was going to the hospital. I got in my car and sped off. Frank appeared in my car, told me to say out loud that I loved my husband and he would live. I ignored him. At the hospital, I watched as Paul died twice and was shocked back to life each time. Then they wheeled him away to the cath lab. I was sent to a private waiting room, and I knew that they didn't expect my husband to make it. I could see Frank looking at me, sadly, but he wouldn't talk to me. I began crying, and I said, "Please live, my darling husband. I need you. I love you." After a couple of hours, the doctors came in and told me that he had inserted several stents, that my husband's health was iffy. He died once more in the cath lab, but they brought him back. Paul was wheeled to cardiac ICU. I sat by him, told him I loved him. He made it through the night, and the next night, and the next night. Our marriage has been very happy for the past 7 years since that time. Frank peeks in from time to time, but keeps quiet. I travel for work maybe 4 or 5 times a year, have for the better part of a decade. I'm definitely not someone who gets weirded out by hotels or new places. If anything, I've always liked them. The anonymity of it, the white noise of an unfamiliar building, the way that you can order room service and watch whatever you want without anyone having an opinion about it. I sleep fine in hotels, I always have, until the place I call Hellgrove. I'm not going to use the real name of the place for reasons that I'll leave up to you to figure out by the end of this, but I'll call it the Hellgrove. It was a mid-range business hotel in a mid-sized city. Definitely a hotel that just gets booked for conferences because the meeting rooms are cheap, the parking is free. Nothing about the place seemed significant. I checked in on a random Tuesday evening. It was late October. The woman at the front desk was friendly, gave me my key card, told me the elevator was to the left. The room was 214, second floor, end of the hall. I remember thinking that it was quiet for a hotel, probably because it was a Tuesday, but that specific muffled quiet, like old carpet and thick walls. The first night was rather fine. I had dinner at the hotel bar, answered emails, went to bed. I remember thinking that the room felt a little cold even after I adjusted the thermostat, but that's nothing unusual. Old buildings run drafty, and God knows hotel experiences can't be all the same. So I just put on socks and went to sleep. And then the dream started. An hour after I went to bed, I could tell by the time I woke up. But I was in the room in this dream, room 214. I knew it the way that you know locations in dreams without needing to confirm them. But it wasn't right. The bones of it were the same. The layout, the window placement, the narrow desk against the wall. But everything else was different. Heavy curtains instead of the blackout blinds. A lamp with a fringe shade, throwing amber light across the wallpaper. And the wallpaper had a pattern that I couldn't quite focus on. The bedspread was dark and quilted, something that you'd find in a photograph from 40 or 50 years ago. I was sitting at the edge of the bed, looking at the rotary phone on the nightstand. It was ringing, excessively, not loudly, just constant. It was this specific muted ring of an old phone. It was patient, continued without escalating. I sat there watching it ring, and in the dream I had no desire to pick it up, which is its own kind of strange because in dreams you usually just do things. But I sat very still, and I listened to it ring and ring and ring, and eventually I woke up. My room was dark. The thermostat read 68 degrees, but I was cold. I checked my phone.
1:47 in the morning. I lay there for a while that specific alert feeling of someone who has just been pulled out of something, then eventually went back to sleep. I didn't dream again that night. The conference ran all day on Wednesday. I was tired. Definitely the way I feel when I get a bad night's sleep. I went back to the room around 7, ordered food, watched something I can't remember, fell asleep with the television on. The dream came back. Same room, wallpaper, same amber lamp. The rotary phone on the nightstand was ringing in that same patient, steady way. This time, I was standing near the window. Outside, it was dark, but it felt less like night and more like the window looked out into nothing. I stood there listening to the phone ring. I still didn't answer it. I woke up again in the cold dark. It was 2:11 in the morning. I turned the television back on, and I turned off the sleep timer. I wanted the TV to stay on for the rest of the night. Thursday was the last day of the conference. I packed my bag after the closing session so I'd be ready to leave first thing in the morning. I was in bed by 10, genuinely exhausted, and I went out fast. I don't know what time the dream started, but I was in the room again. The same old version, the wallpaper, the lamp. This time I was already in the bed, already lying down, and the phone was already ringing. I reached for it because I'd made a decision to do so. My hand just moved towards it, sort of how it does in a dream before your mind is caught up. And the moment that my fingers touched the receiver, I woke up. My room phone was ringing. Not in the dream. The actual phone on the actual nightstand in the actual room. The flat, modern hotel phone with its small, illuminated button ringing in the dark. I picked it up because I was half asleep and not thinking clearly. A front desk call, I assumed. A wrong number. A wake-up call that I hadn't scheduled. The voice on the other end was my wife's. Not someone who sounded like my wife. My wife. Her exact voice. Her cadence. The particular way that she says hello when she's not sure who she's talking to. I said her name. The voice said mine back. I asked why she was calling the hotel phone. The line was quiet, but it wasn't silent. It was like someone was breathing, and then the call disconnected. I sat up in the dark for a long time, and then I called her cell phone. She picked up on the third ring, groggy, confused, probably worried. She'd been asleep for hours. She hadn't called me. She didn't know why I was calling it. She paused. I could hear her checking. 2 in the morning. I told her that I'd had a bad dream. She told me to get some sleep, and I said I would. I didn't. I checked out at 6 the next morning, 2 hours before I needed to. I've been back to that city twice since then, for the same conference, and both times I've stayed somewhere else. I've never looked up the Hell Grove, never tried to find anything out about it. I don't know if other people who have stayed in room 214 have had strange nights, but I've never looked into it. Something about that feels like bad juju. I think I prefer not knowing. I study history. That's not a disclaimer, it's relevant. I spent 3 years in a PhD program parsing primary sources, learning to be suspicious of antidotes, learning to demand evidence before a belief. I guess I say this because what took me so long to ask anyone about what was happening wasn't fear exactly. It was embarrassment. I was supposed to be the person who knew how things worked. I moved into the Charles Street apartment in September, at the start of my second year. Ground floor unit in a building that went up sometime in the 1860s. And in Greenwich Village terms, means practically new. The neighborhood was already old by then, already layered. already carrying more history per square block than most cities manage in their entirety. I loved that about it. I'd chosen the village specifically, had written about it, knew that Washington Square Park was built over a potter's field where 20,000 of the city's poor were buried and never moved. I knew that in 1822, a yellow fever epidemic sent thousands fleeing north from lower Manhattan, and so many of them stayed that the neighborhood's population quadrupled in 15 years. I liked living somewhere that had absorbed that much time. It felt serious. I took myself seriously. The first night it happened, I'd been asleep for maybe 2 hours. I woke up crying. Not the slow fade of a bad dream. Fully awake, sitting up, tears already on my face and more coming. This was a sustained weeping that belonged to genuine grief. Except I wasn't grieving anything. My life was fine. I was tired and stressed about my coursework and a little lonely in a new apartment, but nothing that warranted this. I sat in the dark and I cried for a long time. I couldn't find a reason for it anywhere inside of me. I told myself that it was the move, accumulated stress, the body finding a release valve. It happened again 4 nights later. Same sudden waking, same complete absence of a dream that I could point to. And it was that same grief that felt enormous and sourceless, not quite like mine. That's the detail I kept returning to in the days afterward. The feeling that the sorrow had a particular shape I didn't recognize, like wearing someone else's coat. It fit, but wrong, and that scared me. By the 3rd time, I started sleeping with the light on. This helped nothing except that I could confirm, sitting up weeping at 2 a.m., that I was alone in the room. I began to take careful mental inventory each time it happened. Was I sick? Was I drinking too much coffee? Was there a gas leak? Carbon monoxide issue? Was there any structural reason that a person might wake in the night with their nervous system convinced of loss they couldn't name? I ruled things out methodically. It's what I knew how to do. What I didn't do for almost 2 months was ask anyone. There was a woman named Clara who lived 3 doors down, 70s, sharp, had been on the block since the early 80s. I'd helped her with her groceries a few times, stood on the sidewalk talking longer than I expected to each time. She had a gray cat named something in Italian that I could never remember, and opinions about the neighborhood's architectural history that were more detailed than most things I'd read. I liked her immediately. But asking her, or anyone, felt like confessing something I wasn't ready to confess. That I was waking up crying for no reason. That my apartment felt occupied in a way I couldn't explain. That I, a second-year history PhD student who had opinions about the unreliability of eyewitness testimony, was starting to wonder if something was wrong with my building or with me. I held out until November. And then on a random afternoon, cold, the light already going by 4 o'clock, I'd helped Clara in from the street with 2 bags, and she'd invited me in for some tea. I said yes because I was tired of my own apartment and my own circular thoughts. We sat in her kitchen, and she asked how I was settling in, and I heard myself say, before I'd fully decided to, "Can I ask you something about my building, my apartment?" She looked at me over her tea in a way that was neither surprised nor particularly alarmed. I told her the minimum, waking up crying for no reason, more than once, the feeling that the grief wasn't entirely mine. I felt ridiculous saying it out loud, and I told her that too. I told her about dreams I'd had, dreams of someone else crying. She was quiet for a moment. Then she got up and she went to the other room, came back with a book, old. It had a cracked spine. You could tell it had been opened many times to the same pages. She set it on the table in front of me and tapped a page near the back. "You're not the first," she said. "Not even close." I read the passage twice. A ground floor apartment on Charles Street. A house guest waking up in the night, overcome with weeping. A grief that she had no cause for. A sorrow that felt borrowed. A presence. A name. Mary Boyd. A document that she'd been looking for since 1866, when a landlord had disputed her family's claim to the house. The accident had been written up, verified, the historical details cross-referenced and confirmed. I sat with that for a long while. What I felt wasn't triumph, wasn't the relief I expected. It was something more complicated. This strange tenderness of understanding that the grief I'd been waking up to inside for 2 months belonged to a woman who'd been trying to hold on to something for over 150 years. A piece of paper that her father had given her. A house that was hers. She wasn't malevolent. She wasn't even, I think, fully aware of me. She was just still there, still feeling what she'd felt. Sometimes the feeling was large enough to reach whoever was sleeping closest. I didn't stop waking up after that. Understanding it didn't change what it was. I stayed through the end of the academic year because I'd signed a lease, and because part of me, the historian part, felt something close to reverence for what I was living alongside. But I didn't renew. I couldn't. There's a limit to how many nights you can hold someone else's grief before it starts to blur with your own. Before you can't remember in the morning which sorrow belongs to you. And I think about her sometimes still, Mary Boyd, who wanted so badly for someone to find the paper, to confirm what she already knew, that it was hers. That she had been there, and it had mattered. I only hope that someone finding it would allow her to get some rest. But maybe that's just not how these things work. My brother Wyatt was poking around in our backyard, digging holes with his friend Emmett. I was sitting in the kitchen with our mom when they brought this dirty metal box inside and set it down on the counter. It looked like a cylindrical toolbox. The lock that held it closed was still shiny. None of the metal of the box or lock looked corroded in any way. There was no rust, and aside from the clumps of dirt that would shake loose onto the kitchen floor, the metallic box looked brand new, and it was filled with contents, things of different shapes and sizes that we could hear jumbling around inside when they moved. On the bottom, there was handwriting. Some of it looked like adult writing, and some of it looked like children's, all in Sharpie marker. It said a person's name, presumably a child's by how poorly the letters were formed, especially in comparison to the apostrophe S. And below, where it said, "Time capsule, buried 2006. Do not open until 2026. Remember, this was 1989 at the time, so we're all thinking, was this a joke? But where was the punchline? Who was it intended for if Wyatt unearthed it in our backyard? Our mom and dad knew nothing about it. When our dad walked in and saw it, the first thing he asked us was, "Whose dirty toolbox is this?" Because they were going to have to clean up the trail that they'd made bringing it into the house. We brought it over to him to actually examine what we had, but he was still mainly concerned about the mess. He did point us to the garage, where we had bolt cutters for the lock and concrete floors for the dirt. Wyatt did a quick half-assed job with the vacuum, while me and Emmett swept the kitchen like hockey players whose goal was anything out of sight. We utilized corners, under doormats, and grinding it into the carpet with our feet until the particles were fine enough for the fibers to conceal them. Brush and spread, then hope that Wyatt'll get it with the vacuum. After a quick inspection by our dad, we were able to take the box into the garage. I followed the boys into the garage and watched Emmett break the lock after struggling to squeeze the tool that he was using with enough pressure. All of us exhaled in sync when it popped and finally fell to the floor. I grabbed a flashlight and I gave it to Wyatt. With all of us gathered around it, our shadows were replaced by the shine of the light's brightness reflecting off the metal. He held it steady with one hand and slowly opened it with the other. Emmett and I leaned our heads in close, just far enough to avoid the lid from hitting us on the way up. There was a smooth friction sound as its metal pieces slid across the simple release mechanism of the box. Inside, we pulled out papers and photos, some of the typical glossy cardstock, and some other ones that were more grainy that were printed on normal paper. I think the best way to describe the stuff that we found would be to talk about it exactly how we did when we'd first seen it all. For example, in 1989, you had to go out and get pictures developed. That usually involved going to a kiosk in the mall. Having random family pictures printed on normal paper wasn't seen outside of textbooks and posters. And you still had to go somewhere to get it done, and even those options at the time didn't produce the quality of the images on the paper. Under that, we found what looked to be CDs, but none of the discs would play anything that we had. Wyatt was the one who noticed that they said DVD in caps, somewhere on the front of them. We quickly assumed that it was a foreign format that we didn't know. This next detail makes me chuckle thinking about nowadays because as boys we were trying to hear what these unknown bands sounded like. I picked up one of the CD DVDs and memorized everything about it as I tried to make sense of what a DVD was. If it was foreign, why was everything else in English? Then I pondered. What sort of high school's rich enough to record an audio CD of their high school musical remixed? These kids must be the most talented, privileged kids from wherever DVDs are from. Unfortunately, that didn't work on any of the CD players either. We also found close to a dozen different types of playing cards with art styles that resembled a kids' show that used to be on Nickelodeon called Adventures of the Little Koala. As Emmett's looking through the stacks of photos, all of them revolving around one family. Candid snapshots that gave little insight into their lives that they lived. 3 of them, man, woman, and a child who looked to be a perfect mix of both parents, though had become distinct in his own way as the child aged in other photos. Then Emmett pointed out something weird. The house looked identical to ours. Its decorations, furniture, and wallpaper were all uniquely theirs, but the foundations and overall layout of the house, where the windows were, their sizes, all exact to ours. This was even more confirmed when we found another picture of the family outside. The house, yard, and cherry tree were undeniably ours. We believed the previous residents were the ones who buried the silver box. Was previous the best way to describe them? That's what I still don't know. After opening it, things started happening around the house. Scary stuff that had never happened before. We'd randomly step into cold spots of the room when stepping only a few feet away, it would be warm again. My dad could never explain that one. I know the most heart-stopping event that happened involved both me and my brother. We shared a room, and one night I got up to use the bathroom that's down the hallway. Our bedroom and the bathroom share a wall. The toilet is up against that wall. I'm sitting there, trying not to doze off as I finish, when something woke me right out of it. I heard Wyatt's muffled voice talking to someone on the other side of the wall. I swear I heard him say my name. Something like, "Chris? What's going on? Chris? Who are you?" I get done. Don't even think I washed my hands and I dashed out that door, but I'm stopped in my tracks when I see a silhouette standing, looking into our bedroom. It looked my size, kid size. For one quick second, I thought it was Wyatt, so I go, Wyatt? The silhouette turns and looks at me, and I realize, oh no, that's not my brother. I'm frozen, staring into this human void, and it starts making a hyperventilation noise. Its labored breathing gave me a quick spike of fear. My legs felt like jello, as I thought this thing was getting ready to charge me. But instead, it slowly backed away from the bedroom door, deeper into the darkness of the hallway, until I couldn't see it anymore. Then, my parents' door at the other end opened and slammed, shaking the whole house. Everyone jumps up. I'm still gripping the bathroom doorknob like it's my anchor to reality. My dad was the first one to run out, asking who the hell just slammed their door. When the lights turned on and the threat was gone, I broke down into tears, trying my best to describe what I saw. I don't know if my dad believed me, but he at least trusted me that I didn't slam the door. After hearing my brother's angle of the story, our dad went to bed a little more unsettled and confused than when he'd woken up. We all did. The very next day, Wyatt collected everything that belonged to the silver box, and I went with him to rebury it. That became a much more difficult task than originally anticipated. A few days had passed since it had first entered our house, but when we went into the backyard, the hole was gone. We couldn't find any disturbance that would indicate where it had been. We walked the backyard back and forth for a while looking for anything. A dip in the dirt, loose soil. There was nothing. Wyatt got frustrated and eventually just picked a spot near where he thought it had been and started digging. I remember thinking how stupid that felt. Like we were guessing at where something important used to be. Something we probably shouldn't have moved in the first place. He hit a softer patch eventually and decided it was close enough. If we put everything back the way we found it, the papers, the photos, the discs, even the broken lock. If we didn't really talk about it while we did it, just covered it up, packed the dirt down with our shoes, it'd be all right. I'd say the house felt normal again by that afternoon, and I guess that was almost the strangest part of all of it, that it just stopped. And then we had to go on knowing what we knew. It was just inconvenient. Not even one of those life-changing events that you could wrap your whole identity around. Now what? Where do we go from here? You tell the story until people get bored with it. As the years went by and our initial terror faded, we'd dare each other to go out there and dig it up again. Once we even tried, but we couldn't find it again. Neither Mom or Dad believed the full extent of the story, so it's only been Wyatt and I that have kept our sanities in check. We both realized, as crazy as it all was, that it happened, and it's safe to say that we both think about it sometimes. Not because it changed anything, but I guess because it didn't. I think about that Leonard Skinner line, be a simple kind of man, be something you love and understand. Nobody understood. I didn't understand. So now I just don't talk about the silver box much. And that's the closest I've gotten to simple, I guess.